Good afternoon, students, and a hearty welcome to the JIPMAT marathon session. And what we are going to do in today's session is to do a quick revision of some different varieties of verbal ability questions. Okay, so the idea is to really do a thorough rejig so that just before the exams we are sorted and we can quickly solve the questions, because when it comes to the JIPMAT exam as such, the questions are going to be very simple and should be taking advantage of the easy questions and be able to solve all of them correctly. That's with that spirit and idea in mind, let's begin with the session. We'll be solving different varieties of questions. We are going to focus on questions related to verbal logic and para jumbles, that's para formation in today's session by and large. So without any much ado, let's get going. Yeah, good afternoon once again, folks. It seems there was a technical glitch and I could not see the chats, and therefore I halted for a moment, and let's start again. So, well, let's get going with the questions now. And here is the first question on your screen, which you're supposed to solve and give me a quick response. Hi, Nandini, hi, Aryan. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Great, nice to see you all. Wonderful. Hi, Ashi, hi, hello. Once again, a hearty welcome to all of you to the session. And well, the first question on your screen for the day. Okay, look at this question. This is a question based on logic. These are going to be very simple questions coming your way in the exam. So the idea is to be very accurate in solving them and get them right. Okay, so take a look at the first question. It's based on statement-based reasoning. Okay, statement-based reasoning. So read the directions carefully and solve the question. Type your answer on the chat box and then I'll take up the analysis. Wonderful. It seems a very good start, right? You have blown off the first question. It seems you have got the answer correct. Yes, a lot of male employees of company X have issues with the new female HR who is rude and arrogant. This is a scenario, it seems, and we are supposed to decide on the most appropriate course of action. This is a question based on course of action. Course of action is by and large like the best managerial course of action that a person can take in the existing scenario. The idea is to resolve the problem by taking the most practical step. That's the idea. So extreme actions are to be avoided. Okay, and the step taken should, ideally speaking, resolve the problem, not anything else. Okay, so each question below contains a statement, two courses of action. So that's what the question is all about. As you correctly interpreted the question, as a lot of female employees have problems, the new HR should be asked to resign. I mean, this is something, like totally irrelevant. Why should they ask the HR to resign? It's not only illogical, but also too extreme to be taken as a step. Doesn't make sense. Okay, so rightly eliminated, the correct answer is only B. Only two. That's the correct answer is B. Good, well done. So we are off to a good start, it seems, right? So next question on your screen. Okay, Aryan has posted a response, it seems, to this question. Okay, so in the absence of only, when, only two, only three, or both and all, we'll simply tick the one that is applicable. So that will be more relevant, it seems. So let me pick the marker here. Or this one. Okay, a lot of dissatisfied customers, okay, of the XYZ bank complained that the bank opens at 10 a.m. and closes its financial activity for customers by 3:30 p.m. Okay, so the bank opens at and closes. Now the customers have their own ways of expressing the problem. Now, what's the cause of the problem? Would you address the effect or the final result? And in order to rectify a problem, you need to address the root cause. Okay. Moreover, it has a lunch time of 1 hour during which no customer is attended. So now the whole point is, what should the bank be doing in such a case, right? So can it do something? So are the customers saying that bank is working slowly? Right? Pushkar, yes. Do you think the bank is working slowly? Okay, fine. The first option says that the bank manager should expedite banking operations done between 10 so that customers are satisfied with the bank. Okay. Now, should expedite. What does expedite mean? Expedite means he should ask the employees to work faster between this time. So now the point is, even if he asks the workers to work fast or expedite or take quick steps during this time duration, do you really think it's going to address the problem? Will the customers be satisfied? How do we know? I mean, it's quite possible that the customers who come during the lunch hours are not satisfied. So maybe it's not because of maybe the bank employees are already working quite fine, right? They're working nicely. That's a possibility. So to basically what I'm saying is, in order to implement the first option, we need to assume that the workers are slow or the workers of the bank are casual, which is not given in the case. Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Akriti. Yeah. So you understood my point very clearly. Okay. So first, even if it is done, may not give the result, or in order to implement the first, we have to assume that the present way in which the work is being done in the bank is not up to the mark. No, customers may complain despite fast services being given to them. Okay, so since it is not identified as a problem, slow work is not identified as a problem, right? Slow work is not, customers complain, but slow work has not been identified as a problem. So should expedite, this should be done only when the work is slow, right? Or being slowly done by the employees within the time frame. So this is a question mark. That's why there's a question mark. I hope you've understood the reasoning very clearly out here, right? So we need to assume it is not given in the. So ideally speaking, we should not go beyond what is given as a problem. So the problem, the heart of the problem is this. Okay, the bank manager should ask the staff to go for lunch in 2 shifts of half an hour each, so that the banking activities continues during the lunch time. Since that time window is very less, it seems, and many customers may be unattended for a long duration of 1 hour, this seems to be the major source of the grievance. Okay, this is definitely going to get the customers irritated, right? So yes, taking this action will definitely resolve the problem of customer satisfaction, right? Customer satisfaction. Okay, so why did we eliminate one? We eliminated one because for that we need to take an assumption that the present way of working the bank is very slow, which is not given as a problem in the case. That is why the correct answer is only 2. I hope you have understood this. Great, wonderful. Let's move on to the next question. Right. The first statement says majority of the people pay their bills by the due date. There's a typo there. I corrected it. There's a typo there. I corrected it. Majority of the people pay their bills by the due date to avoid penalty. Well, students, just to remind you, we all know that an assumption for that matter is an unstated premise. Is an unstated premise. Premise being a piece of evidence. Okay, premise being a piece of evidence to validate a conclusion. So if an action is taken, a step is taken, if something is done, or a conclusion is arrived at, the premise acts as the basis for that conclusion, right? So basically, we are looking at which of these could be the unstated premise or premises that validate this statement given out here. So we are looking for something that validates, number one, and number two, it should be necessarily true. So in other words, if you negate, if you say this is wrong, the conclusion arrived at in the statement should also be wrong. That way we can cross check whether the assumption is correct or not. Look at the first. Telephone company informed the subscriber through a notification that those who do not pay their bills by the due date will be charged penalty for every defaulting day. Now, what assumptions are implicit here, right? Will be charged penalty for every defaulting day. So this statement talks about an action taken. So now the person who has taken this action, what does that person have in mind? Why has the person taken the action? Or in other words, what does the person have in mind for that person to be taking this action, for the agency to have taken this action, right? So, majority of people pay their bills by the due date to avoid penalty. Okay, majority of people pay their bills by due date to avoid penalty. This seems to be a basic underlying assumption, because if he feels majority of people do not pay their bills, then taking this action would not make any sense. So yes, this seems to be a basic reason which is not stated but implied that this person might have taken into consideration. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for them to deliver this notice to people. Okay, the amount collected as penalty may set off the losses due to delayed payment. It doesn't make sense. It is irrelevant and out of scope, not connected. People generally pay heed to such notices. Yes, and if people do not pay heed to such notices, if they just ignore, then it doesn't make sense to release such a notice in the first place. So yes, this is also a fundamental assumption. So both 1 and 3 are implicit. Both 1 and 3 are implicit. So the point is C versus D. So since both 1 and 3 are implicit, all are implicit is wrong, because 2 is not correct. Only 1 and 2 is also wrong. None is implicit is wrong, because 1 and 3 are implicit. The correct answer is none of these. Clear? Great. Next question. Adit, I am sure there will be a session on grammar also, right? But then in general, if you want to improve your grammar part, you can solve questions from SP Bakshi and such material, right? SP Bakshi could be a good reference book for you to solve. You can solve some 200 to 300 questions in a short, so that you can quickly revise all the different concepts. Okay. Okay, it's a simple question. Yeah. Yes, it seems some of you have already come up with the answer. Okay. Um, a number of school children it's a course of action question. A number of school children in their local schools have fallen ill after the consumption of their subsidized tiffin provided by the school authority. Okay, fine. The tiffin facility of all schools should be discontinued. Doesn't make sense, a number of school children of the local schools. So this has happened in the local schools. Why should we even extend this action to all schools? It doesn't make sense. So first one can be very easily eliminated, right? Just look at all schools should be discontinued. It's too extreme an action to be taken. Doesn't make sense, right? So here, since local schools is given. Two, the government should implement a system to certify the quality of defense. This is a logical step to be taken. If this is initiated by the government, then in all likelihood, such future such problems will not recur, will not occur again. That's the idea. So this is correct. Only 2 is the correct answer, right? So the correct answer is B. I hope you have understood this question. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Right. The most important thing is to solve the questions as quickly as possible. A huge rally will be organized by the people in the locality. So on a religious occasion, and the police was informed accordingly. So rally to be organized, police has already been informed. Course of action, adequate police force should be deployed. Yes. Vehicles on the road should be advised. A diversion, yes, because it will avoid traffic congestion. Absolutely right. So both A1 and 2 are correct. Simple as that. Both the courses of action are correct. Absolutely right. So you can see that most of the questions coming your way are going to be very simple. Okay. Now, when you draw a conclusion, yes, Prashant, Pushkar, Athar, Navish, I think yes, you're all getting the questions right. Okay, the standard of education in private schools is much better than municipal and zero. This is a statement given to us. Let's assume that it's true. Look at the conclusions. The municipal and Zilla Parishads should make serious efforts to improve standard of their schools. Should make serious efforts. Should they? Yes, because the private schools is much better than, so I mean, they are inferior going by this, right? So they should make serious efforts because they are inferior in their standards. Makes sense? So one is correct. Okay. One is correct. All municipal and Zilla Parishad schools should be closed immediately. This is an extreme course of action that doesn't make sense. It doesn't address the problem, right? The problem is the standard is not quite, doesn't match. If you close all the schools, it will result in further disaster. Where would the students go, right? So, I mean, the ones who have taken admission here. So it doesn't make sense, right? So this is not going to be the correct answer, right? Only one is the course of action to be followed. A is the correct answer. Yeah, great, wonderful. Next one. Okay. In a recent survey, it has been stated that those who undertake physical exercise for at least half an hour a day are less prone to have any heart ailments. Okay. So, yes, there is a correlation between doing exercise regularly and vulnerability or proneness to heart problems. Okay, understandable. So, a person who does exercise regularly is more likely to have a better heart, a good heart. Okay, so now if you look at the first one, now you see, what about those who do not exercise? Just think about it. Does the statement also say those who do not exercise will not have a healthy heart? Those who do not exercise will not have a healthy heart. Does the sentence say that? No. It simply says if you exercise, there's a high possibility that you'll have a healthy heart. That's the point, right? So, not exercising doesn't mean that the person cannot have a good heart. I'm sorry, cannot have a healthy heart. Okay, so that's the point. So, if you look at the first one, moderate level of physical exercise is necessary. This is the catch here, right? Is it necessary for leading a healthy life? Which means that if you do not, I mean, what the first statement is saying is, yeah, not necessary. That's the point, right? No, one, they are less prone. But my point is the statement does not talk about those people who do not exercise. That's the first thing, right? So those who do not exercise, what happens to them? They may or may not have a healthy heart. We do not know for sure. So this word necessary here is the catch. That's the trap. You should be careful, right? Moderate level of physical exercise, okay, is necessary for leading a healthy life. The point is necessary is a catch here, right? People should do, for example, is okay, but saying that it is necessary implies that if you do not do moderate level of physical exercise, you cannot have a healthy heart. No, this cannot be said based on the main statement. So this is not a valid conclusion based on the statement. Okay, all people who do desk-bound jobs definitely suffer from heart ailments. All people definitely. These two words very clearly indicate this is invalid. We cannot say this, right? Nothing in the statement really suggests that all people will have this problem and the kind of surety that it brings up. Both are irrelevant here, cannot be derived. Both 1 and 2 are wrong. Both 1 and 2 are wrong. Neither 1 nor 2 can be a valid conclusion based on this statement, right? I hope you have understood. Any doubt you have, you should put it on the chat box so that I can explain, right? Otherwise, I'm done with this question. I'm moving on to the next one. See, whatever is given in the statement, we should not go beyond that. Yeah, Arush. Physical exercise can benefit us in many ways. That's a different thing. But this statement particularly talks about heart only. So we are going to consider the correlation between exercise and healthy heart. That's about it, because the statement doesn't go beyond that. So the idea is whatever is given in the statement is final. Although our general knowledge and common sense may indicate something else or something more. That is not to be mixed with the given statement. Okay, nice. Ha. Again, that was my point, right? Somebody has asked me that question. One should be right, Akriti. Why wrong? One is wrong because of the word necessary. Okay, it says that without doing physical exercise, you cannot have a healthy life. Without doing uh, physical exercise, you cannot have a healthy life. And it's wrong for two reasons. Number one, it talks about healthy life. This talks only about heart ailments. Number two, it uses the word necessary. I cannot say, because even those people who do not uh, do regular exercise can lead a healthy life. The passage doesn't say the statement doesn't say the opposite. Is that clear, Akriti? Okay, great, wonderful. Let's move on to the next question. Great, going. Okay, this is a sitter. It's a very simple question. Great. Thank you, Ronak, for that thumbs up. Great. Um, Parents are prepared to pay any price. Any price. This is the key here. This, parents are prepared to pay any price for an elite education to their children. Conclusions, and it says one, all parents these days are very well off. This data is inadequate to arrive at this conclusion. All parents are well off. So this cannot be the conclusion. So one cannot be the conclusion, right? One cannot be the conclusion. Valid conclusion. Parents have an obsessive passion for a perfect development of their children through good schooling. Okay, it perfectly sticks with the statement out here, because it says, they are ready to pay, prepared to pay any price. This any price is perfectly at sync with the obsessive passion here, right? So obsessive passion can be derived from any price that the parents are willing to pay through good schooling. So yes, 2 is correct. So only 2 follows. The correct answer is B. Okay, yeah, Arush, D must be right. Elite education doesn't mean perfect development. Okay. No, no. See, Arush, the point is, for a perfect development, right? Elite education, I agree, doesn't mean perfect development. But the point is, parents have an obsessive passion for perfect development. It's not that perfect development will be achieved since they are aiming at elite education. It's not saying that. But based on this, I can say that, since parents are ready to pay any price for an elite education, can I derive from this and go a step further and say parents have an obsessive passion for perfect development of their children? Perfect development of their children. That's why they are ready to pay any price, right? Uh, Aryan, obsessive is not extreme. See, extreme is a relative term. If parents are prepared to pay any price, how else can I describe this willingness to pay any price but for the word obsession, right? What does obsession mean? Obsession means that At any cost, I want to get whatever I want to get. I'm ready to do anything for that. I'm willing to go to any extent. Understood? So the word obsessive passion is not an extreme thought considering the expression any price in the statement. Huh? That's the idea. Okay. And considering this elite education, see, they are paying for any price, ready to pay to any price for this elite education, which means that they have obsession passion for the perfect development. Okay. That's the okay. I hope it's very clear to you. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, assumption statement. Uh, okay, fine. Down the line, there will be some more assumption questions. Okay, we can discuss, right? I think Prashant has asked a question here, right? Explain how to eliminate assumption statement. Okay, so assumption statement in the questions in which we draw conclusions, or you're talking about the questions based on assumptions, Prashant? Please clarify. Right. The main difference between an assumption and a conclusion is going one step further, okay, from what is given in the statement. So you're deriving it out. Okay. So usually I can say that conclusion is about moving one step further from the statement given, from the idea in the statement given. Okay. Okay. Huh. So should I explain to you the difference between conclusion and assumption quickly? You will understand. Okay. Let's look at this. This is a conclusion, right? Conclusion is going one step further, and assumption is going one step backward to look at what the underlying reason could have been. This is the difference between assumption and conclusion. Okay. So assumption is the basis, pillar, or the unstated premise that validates the conclusion given in the statement, while a conclusion is drawn from the statement, it goes downwards, right? So if this is the statement, okay, this is here assumption validates the statement, and from this statement you draw the conclusion. This is the equation. Okay, so going backwards is assumption, going forward is conclusion. That's the conceptual idea. Okay, down the line when we discuss more questions, sort of, I will clarify this further. Okay, so I know nothing except the fact of my ignorance, for example, right? So now let us assume this to be true. We take this to be true and we are going further. If this is true, what I can derive from that? Okay, writer's knowledge is very poor. So based on this, so this is very important, right? I'm taking this as the basis. When I draw a conclusion, I take this as the basis, right? Okay, taking this statement as the basis, the writer has said this. Now, can I say writer's knowledge is very poor? No, he has made a very profound statement. Yes or no? Huh? I cannot say writer's knowledge is very poor. He has indeed made a very profound statement. I know nothing except the fact of my ignorance. Right? It seems that he really profoundly, in a deep way, understands the depth of ignorance in people's life, or the strength of ignorance in people's life. The world of knowledge is too vast to be explored by a single person, right? Yes, ignorance is deep and profound. This person understands that. This is a valid conclusion that can be drawn from the statement made by the person in the first person narration. I know. Okay, two is correct based on what the author has said. And by the way, who is the author here? This person I is the author. Right? So only two is correct. First one is wrong. Next question on the screen. Okay, in this question, let us read the examiner's mind. You're not fully wrong, Aryan, to say neither would follow. Let us do a quick check. See, here instead of one statement, there are two statements. So let's say this is S1 and this is S2. Statement 1 and statement 2. Both S1 plus S2 will indicate the conclusion. Okay. So we're not going to read uh, S2 independently of S1. Okay. That's the point. Let's see. Quality has a price tag. Quality has a price tag. What does that mean? That quality has a price tag. This, let us assume this to be true because it's given. Quality has a price tag, which means you have to pay the price for quality. Which means you have to pay the price for quality. Okay. So if you pay the price, you will get the quality. That's the meaning of this expression. Quality has a price tag. Yeah. So yes, quality comes for a price. So you need to pay. That's the idea. India is allocating lots of funds to education, which means here, in light of S1, S2 actually means that India is allocating a lot of funds, as in it is paying the price. It's paying the price. So can I say, since it's allocating a lot of funds, right, and quality has a price tag, so it's most likely to get quality now, since it's allocating a lot of funds. Can I say this? Now, in the absence of this sentence, it would have been a totally different scenario, students. Combine both the sentences. This is true according to the passage. You do not evaluate the truth of this while solving the questions. Whatever is given is true, right? Has to be assumed as true. Okay, so assume this to be true. Quality is equal to price, right? If you want quality, pay for it, and the government is paying for it. What's the next step? Somebody asked me what the conclusion is, right? So you have to pay for the quality, right? Pay, you have quality. Pay the price, you have the quality. Now, pay the price, you have the quality. Okay, the government is paying the price, and therefore the government has quality, right? Therefore, first conclusion is derivable. First conclusion is derivable from S1 and S2. The way I explained, you have to understand it that way. Okay, funding alone can enhance quality. This is definitely false. There's no indication of this in the passage. You're right to eliminate this. So one can be derived. It is a valid conclusion based on the construction of statements in the passage. Great. Let's move on to the next. I hope you have understood this. Nice. Nice to see that you're all participating well. Okay, going ahead to question number 11. Okay, the Ministry of Environment announced that all vehicles older than 15 years will be phased out to reduce pollution. Older vehicles contribute significantly to environmental degradation. Announcement. Therefore, I'll say assumption A is definitely valid. What if I negate the statement A, if I negate assumption A, if I negate assumption A, what happens to the statement? The statement also is proved wrong. The conclusion becomes invalid. Therefore, yes, this is correct. So this is what we are evaluating here. Okay. Okay. Then citizens will comply with the phase out order without protest. Well, what if the citizens do not comply with it without protest, right? Let's think about it. Will comply. Okay. Is it necessary for the government to really assume that the citizens will comply with the phase out order without protest? Okay. The citizens will comply. Acha, what if the citizens do not comply? The stream is lagging. Yeah, students, right? um, are we catching up? There is an event lag. Okay, okay. Should I inform the tech team? Should I inform the tech team or should I continue? I'll be really happy if I get that feedback because I cannot see the lag here. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this confirmation, Arush. Thank you. Okay. See, B, we need to give it a second thought to option B here, assumption B. Citizens will comply with the phase out order without protest. Okay, what if the citizens do not comply? What if the person feels that citizens will not comply, will not even implement what not even execute? So yes, from the exam standpoint, this is an implicit assumption in the sense a person or an agency or institution for that matter that makes an announcement of this sort wherein these vehicles need to be pulled out will assume compliance, right? Compliance is a basic necessity, right? At least they will assume before launch making that announcement. They'll assume that people will comply. Why will the person assume that the people will not comply and then make such a? So that's the idea. So there you are. Both assumption A and B, right? So they will assume it's implied. For example, while I'm teaching you, I make an implicit assumption in my mind that you will understand whatever I'm teaching. Although we are not face to face, we are not in a physical setting, but whatever I'm teaching you, you will catch up and understand. That is my assumption. If I feel you will not understand, why will I teach for that matter? How do I teach for that matter? That's the same here. If the government feels people will not comply, why will it even make that announcement for that matter? It will have to assume that. It's a necessary thing. You are absolutely right. See, without protest is an extension. Take it with a pinch of salt, right? You are absolutely right. Without protest, with or without protest, right? You are absolutely right. Comply with the phase out order without protest. I don't think this is even required. This word is the key here. Okay. I mean, the idea is compliance, right? It's the focus is not on protest here, right? The focus is on compliance. This word comply is the key, and therefore I feel it's implied here. They'll comply with it, right? Which means it will be agreeable to people. It's saying that it will be agreeable to people. I need to assume this. I cannot launch a proposal assuming that people will not agree with this. Although I can understand what's there in your mind. You might feel people may or may not agree. It's absolutely right. But what is there in my mind? What is there in government's mind while launching it? That is how you need to look at the situation. I hope you have understood this very clearly, right? For example, if I say goods once sold shall not be exchanged, goods once sold shall not be exchanged, the shopkeeper displays this in the notice board of the shop. What does he assume? At least some people will come for exchange. Whether they come or not is immaterial. He has made an assumption in his mind that yes, at least one person may come for exchange. Some may come for exchange. That is why he has put that board out there. Does not mean people will come for exchange. People may not. But what did he assume? Similarly, people may or may not comply. That's a different thing. But what's the underlying assumption here? People will comply without protest. Okay, that's why they are making this announcement. Because if they felt that people will not comply without protest, then probably they would have taken some other action, not this one. Great. I hope I'm going alive and kicking on the video, students. You are able to catch up. Really, I'm a bit concerned about the video lag. I think I can continue, right? The next question, 12. Okay. Students scoring below 60% will not be admitted to the law program. Admission policy, it says. Okay, fine. Let's see what this admission policy has to assume. Scoring below 60% reflects inadequate competence for law studies. Okay. The program has limited seats. These are the two assumptions given. Right. Well, let's see. Students scoring below 60% will not be admitted to the law program. Scoring below 60% will not be admitted to the law program. This is the main idea here, right? So why? Why? Because they are not suitable, right? They're not suitable, right? So scoring below 60% reflects inadequate competence, not in general. This is clearly identified for law studies. Okay, because if it is adequate, inadequate, the opposite of inadequate is adequate. If 60% is adequate, then the students will be selected. Yes or no? So it's assumed that it is inadequate. That is why they have made this assignment. So this is an implied reason. This is an implied reason for this kind of step. So A is implicit, absolutely right. A is implicit. The program has limited seats. Well, if you think it out this way, um, well, even if the students score, let us say the students score below 50% and the seats are not filled, does that mean that the students will be taken? So here seats, number of seats is not the consideration. The suitability and capability of the candidate is the main concern here. Okay, it's not about the number of seats. Nothing can be said about the number of seats given the statement, right? So, I mean, will not see scoring below this. The premise only talks about capability. This is related to capability only. It is not related to the number of seats. Okay, even if they have infinite seats, if this capability is not met, they will not take people. Simple as that. So, number of seats not implied. Okay, only A is implicit, A is the correct answer. Right? Oh, lag again. My God. Okay. So Arush, it's not about everyone scoring 60% and above, right? The point is only capability is identified here. It's not related to number of seats at all, right? So if everybody secures below par also, they will not be selected. I mean, it's not related to availability of seats. It's only related to capability in this case. Okay, fine. Um, Thanks for that confirmation that there is no lag. Students, moving on to the next question now. Question number 13. Okay, due to increasing cyber frauds, the bank has decided to disable online banking for dormant accounts. Okay, fine. It's very clear. Due to means this is the reason. This is the reason based on which this action has been taken. So it is reason and the action taken. Okay. Since it is this action is simply based on increasing cyber frauds, dormant accounts are more vulnerable to cyber fraud. It says dormant accounts are more vulnerable to cyber fraud. Obviously, this has to be an assumption because uh, this decision to disable online banking for dormant accounts has been based on increasing cyber frauds, which means that there is a connection between these two. Assumption A very clearly brings up the connection. It acts as a bridge. It acts as a bridge between this reason and the action. And therefore, A is the correct assumption. Okay? A is the correct assumption. Have you understood this, students? Yeah. Yagya, Krishna, Aryan, Priyansh. See, what I'm saying is due to increasing cyber fraud. So, why has the bank done this? Due to increasing cyber fraud. So, what does A say? Are more vulnerable to cyber frauds, right? So since it is based on the connection between cyber frauds and dormant accounts, so this is the reason, right? So in fact, there is a connection between cyber frauds and dormant accounts. So option A, assumption A, brings up that connection between dormant accounts and cyber frauds. If uh, cyber frauds, I'm sorry, if dormant accounts are not more vulnerable to cyber frauds, why will this step be taken in the first place? So it's necessary to assume this, right? So A is an assumption for sure. Let's look at the next one. B, disabling online access will prevent unauthorized transactions. Is this an implicit one? Right? Disabling online disabling online access will prevent unauthorized. This is a necessary thing to assume, right? Because if the person assumes, let us put a note here, disabling online access will not prevent unauthorized transactions, then why will the person take this action in the first place, right? So which means 100% the agency which is taking this action has to assume that it's going to prevent the fraud. That's why both A and B are correct. C is the correct answer. Understood. Wonderful. It seems many of you have got this answer correct. Nice. Right, Chesta, have you understood the point why C is correct? Right? If you negate these statements and then if the uh, action taken in the statement gets nullified, that should be the correct assumption. Okay, that's why I applied the test of negation here. Will not prevent. It negates the action taken in the main statement. Therefore, the correct assumption. Great, wonderful. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 14. Nice. So moving on to the next question quickly. All passengers must undergo biometric verification, right? All passengers must undergo biometric verifications, all passengers, right? Before boarding international flights, airport authority. Biometric verification is reliable for identification, right? Obviously, yes. This is a valid assumption, right? If it is not reliable, that will nullify this statement, yes or no, right? They must undergo. Why? Because it is reliable. It's as simple as that. It's a basic assumption. Okay, threats to international air travel can be mitigated. Mitigated means reduced. Can be mitigated by stricter verification. If they cannot be mitigated, then this statement is nullified. This action is nullified, right? If they cannot be mitigated, why take this action? Why should they undergo this biometric verification? Doesn't make sense. So both are valid assumptions, A and B. Therefore, the correct answer is C. The correct answer is C. Wonderful. So, right, I cannot see that name, but there is a question that has come up. CUET English mocks, are they relevant to JIPMAT? JIPMAT, very simple grammar, vocab, parajumble, and RC questions are asked. And the questions are really very simple to solve. I've not seen the CUET stuff material. I cannot comment on the CUET material, but then if you can directly refer to the JIPMAT material, it would be better. Right. And in any case, in the rapid revision session today, you will be exposed to the different varieties of questions. So you'll get a complete idea. Okay. Okay. So let's solve one last question from this set before we start solving parajumble questions. Okay. The new expressway will reduce travel time between 60x and 60y by half. Okay, will reduce dry time. So that's the importance and relevance of this new expressway. Fine. Traffic congestion currently causes long travel times. Is this an assumption, right? If this is not true, let's negate it. Traffic congestion currently does not cause, does not cause, does not cause long travel times. Then why do this? Why do this in the first place, right? So yes, why do this, right? Do you understand how this test of negation works? This, what's an assumption then? Assumption is a unstated premise which has to be true for the conclusion to be true. In other words, if I negate the assumption, the conclusion will also get negated. Okay, look at this. Traffic congestion currently causes long travel times. Let us apply the test of negation to this. Okay, does not cause. If it does not cause, what happens to the suggestion here? Expressway will reduce the travel time to half. New expressway. So yes, the fundamental assumption is traffic congestion causes long travel times. This is the fundamental assumption. Because if this is not true, then this new expressway is not going to resolve any problem, right? The reduction of travel time is not required. Okay, so assumption A is implied, implicit. Travelers will prefer the expressway over the existing routes. If travelers do not prefer the expressway over the existing routes, then this action is not going to work. This is also an assumption, therefore. Both pass the test of negation. The correct answer is both A and P are implicit. Right. Okay. There might be other reasons, if not traffic congestion. Are other reasons for what? Traffic congestion. You are right. See, the new expressway will reduce travel time. Okay. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. The point is, it will reduce travel time. Okay, why? Because there is a diversion, right? The new expressway is required. Okay, so if traffic congestion, the present situation is there is no traffic congestion, right? You're absolutely right. There can be other reasons. There can be other reasons, but this can be a very strong reason, is what I can say, and it's not worth eliminating. That's the only point. You're absolutely right. If those reasons are also given, that those reasons will also be the assumptions. Understood? Right? Let us say the new expressway reduces the distance, but usually the implied idea would be traffic congestion. Yes or no? Reducing the travel time, the implied idea in the reduction of travel time can be the reduction of distance, also rightly pointed out, but it can also be traffic congestion. So both can be valid reasons. Yes or no? So I cannot say this is invalid. That is my point. Good point raised, right? So both A and B are valid in any case. The correct answer is, the best choice is C. Have you understood? No, no, that will be going beyond. If everyone prefers the new expressway, then it's just a source of another traffic congestion. See, you are supposed to go back and find the assumption. You are going further to infer that if everyone does this, then the traffic congestion will be created in the new express highway. That doesn't make sense here, because we are not drawing a conclusion, right? We are simply finding out in under what circumstances this is the right thing to understand, this is the right thing to conclude. So simply validate this conclusion, do not go beyond this. The question is not asking you to do that, right? I hope you have understood, right? That is overthinking. If everyone prefers the new expressway, even this will become congested. That's a different thing, right? That is going beyond what is asked in the question. Yes or no? So no overthinking to be done whatsoever while solving these questions, right? Okay. Don't go beyond what is asked in the question. Fine. Now let us start solving a few questions of para jumble. That is para completion. Para formation. Okay. So I'm going to take you to question number 52 straight away. Right. Try to solve this question as quickly as possible, students. Okay. Right. because parajumbles is all about practice and then speed. Okay, try to solve this as quickly as possible. Start discussing with you. Wonderful, wonderful. A very good start for parajumbles, it seems. These unwritten rules, eventually, these cannot start. It's very clear that B should be the starting statement without such common assumptions. Okay, derive their strength from this collective acceptance. So it seems in both and all the statements, there's something that tells you that it should be preceded by some other idea. Okay, something should come before that. So there you are. Human societies depend not only on laws but also on shared beliefs. This is the general introduction to the paragraph for sure. It has to be an option between A and D. Going by the options, right? You can see very clearly AC is a mandatory pair. AC is a mandatory pair. How? Without such common assumptions. What is an assumption? Right? That people rarely question them. Right? These unwritten rules eventually become so familiar that people rarely question them, which means they assume them to be true. That is why, with such common assumptions. So the idea of assumptions is directly connected with people not questioning them and assuming. Therefore, AC is a mandatory pair. So B is the opener, AC is a mandatory pair, D is the correct answer. In any case, statement D cannot be the last sentence. C is the conclusion, right? Without such common assumptions, cooperation would be difficult. Okay, so D actually from this collective acceptance is the shared belief. Shared belief is the collective acceptance. Okay, well, therefore D is the correct answer. We need to look for clues, connectors, and keywords and quickly solve the question. Moving on to the next one. Well, once you grasp, it's not going to take much time, right? A philosopher may question everything that appears obvious. This is the first sentence for sure. There's only one option in which B is the opener. That way you can simply mark C as the correct answer and move on. But I'll not recommend this because it's always better to check your correct option in the exams by quickly going through all the sentences, right? So a philosopher may question everything that appears obvious. Fine. Even ordinary experiences can become objects of careful examination. Okay. Well, then by removing certain beliefs, he hopes to discover truths that cannot be denied. So basically, I can see that B, D, and C is the process that is followed by the philosopher. It's the process of the thought process followed by the philosopher, and A is the outcome of that thought process. That is why the conclusion. Doubt, therefore, became his starting point rather than his destination. Why? Because of this process. So BDC A, absolutely right. C is the correct answer. So a quick check will help you to really understand whether you have really arrived at the correct answer or not. Confirmation. Okay, let's solve the next one. Okay, what do you say? D. Let's see. You're absolutely right. This in this question, it has to be B versus D. I'm sure you can see that C is the opening sentence. So C is the opening sentence in B or D. We need to confirm whether it's B or D. Okay, fine. Let's see how it works. Philosophers often use imaginary situations to test ideas. Okay, how? In what way do they go ahead? Right? The story itself may have never happened. Okay, yet it can reveal something. Okay, yet it can reveal something important about human nature. So, okay, absolutely. It's B versus D. So it starts with C. Okay, philosophers often use such thought experiments encourage people to think beyond everyday assumptions. Yes, D. The story itself may never have happened. Okay, the story itself never have happened, yet it can reveal something important about human nature. Absolutely right. The correct answer is D. Right? It's not AB and CD. It is CD and AB. Yes, AB and CD in the reverse order. Yes, ABCD in the reverse order. That is CDAB. Absolutely right. They are pairs. Absolutely. Okay, let's move. Next question. Okay, in 56, it's a clear case. We have to start with B. You're absolutely right. B is the correct answer for sure. Okay, we start with B. Every society develops its own ideas, right or wrong. Let's quickly check. These values are passed from one generation to the next. Perfectly all right. Okay. Then what happens? Moral education therefore shapes both personal and social life. Why? Because yes, these since these values are passed, right, from one generation to the next, moral education shapes personal and professional life. This is a perfect flow of thoughts, it seems. Then finally, over time. So this over time very clearly tells us individuals begin to judge themselves according to these standards. This is the odd one out, right? These standards, the standards which are an outcome of what has happened in B, C, and D. Perfect. The correct answer is B, without doubt. Moving on. Next question on your screen. Right. So it's nice to see you getting the questions right. Yeah, students. Nice. Okay. So easy question. Human beings receive more information they can consciously. So you can see very easily that B has to be the starting sentence, right? Human beings receive more information than they can consciously process. Therefore, relies on shortcuts to make quick judgments. Why? Because we get a lot of information, we need shortcuts to process them quickly. Therefore, BA is a mandatory pair. Okay. Psychologists call many of these shortcuts, again, very clearly, it connects with A. Although useful, they can sometimes lead to predictable errors. Therefore, the correct answer is A. Simple as that. They are just sitters. Most of the questions, students, can be solved very fast. JIPMAT is a speed and accuracy exam. Remember. Next question on your screen. Okay. What do you say? C, 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 C. Okay. C pouring in. C pouring in and good student, good. You're doing a good job, it seems. C is indeed the correct answer. Okay. Learning changes the structure of the brain itself. That has to be the opening sentence. So that makes us compare B and C. Okay. Then C, A or C, D. Okay. um, the more frequently the behavior occurs. CD cannot go together, right? Repeating an action strengthens the neural pathway, it says, right? Associated with it, and that is why habits become difficult. Okay, so AB is a very, very strong link. AB is a very, very strong link. And then D comments on behavior, which is derived from CAB. Correct answer is C. Wonderful, right? So it's like C is the opening sentence, AB is a mandatory pair, and this leads to D, which talks about behavior. Next question on your screen. Okay, again, it's an easy question to solve, it seems, right? Okay. People often believe that they remember experiences perfectly, but this is not the case. Memory is not an exact recording coming from perfectly. BA is a very clear, strong, mandatory pair. Instead, the brain reconstructs. So, BA, if you group it together, C is a transition point. C indicates a transition. It tells us that instead the brain reconstructs many details each time. So this is the wrong perception. In fact, this is what takes place. Okay, and as a result of this, memories gradually change because of this reconstruction. D sits here. The correct answer is D. Absolutely right. Wonderful. Next question. Let us quickly practice as many questions as possible in this limited span of time so that we get a thorough revision. Okay, great, wonderful. It says social approval acts as a powerful source of motivation. Should be the starting sentence? Consequently, this cannot start. This is a question mark. Human beings naturally seek acceptance from others. This can also be the opening sentence. Okay. This can also be this tendency. This tendency. So B and D cannot be the opener. C or A can be considered as openers. Let us see. Okay, consequently, individuals may change their behaviors to fit the group, right? So I think CB, okay. So if you look at C, human beings naturally seek acceptance from others. And then seeking acceptance connects with social approval. Yes or no? Social approval from others. Social approval acts as a powerful source of motivation. So CA is a mandatory pair. Okay. CA is a mandatory pair. So we were thinking of whether C or A is the opening sentence. So CA being the mandatory pair clearly tells us C is the opener. And that leads us to option B. Let's see. Let's cross check now. CA. This tendency, right? Uh, which tendency? Individuals may change their behavior to fit the group. This tendency, right? This is the tendency. May change their behavior to fit the group. This is the tendency talked about, right? So that's about it. BD is the framework here. The correct answer is B. Right, wonderful. So let's do something. Just give me a moment. I'll reach a questions related to. Okay. Now you can see money and such things. So let us solve a few from economics, right? Let us solve a few parajumbles from the domain of economics. Parajumble questions from uh, the field of economics, so to say. Okay. People save money for future needs. Wonderful. It says ABCD. Okay, let me check. People save money for future needs. Banks collect these savings from many individuals. They then lend a large part. Correct. Banks collect, then they lend. They refers to the banks. This process helps economic activity expand. Is talking about this process. ABCD is the correct answer. So yes, ABCD can also be the correct answer in any case. No problem. Okay. The next question on your screen. Okay, wonderful. Inflation reduces the purchasing power of money. Can this be the opening? Okay, let's check. Consequently, the same amount of money buys fewer goods. This cannot be the opening. Economics, therefore, monitor. This cannot be the opening because there are connectors around. A persistent rise in prices affects both consumers and businesses. Okay, it doesn't seem to be the opening either. So A should be the starting sentence. Okay, should A be the starting sentence or should D be the starting sentence? Okay, that's the big question here, right? So I cannot eliminate this with either A or B. D should be the starting sentence. Okay, fine. Inflation reduces the purchasing power of money. Okay, A. Then consequently, the same amount of money buys fewer goods. 100% A and B should go together. Okay, consequently, the same amount of money buys fewer goods. Why? Because the purchasing power of money is reduced. Okay, fine. A and B go together. Then what else? Economists therefore monitor changes. Why? Because the purchasing power goes down. So C should definitely come after this. So ABC 100%. Now, what do we do? It has to be ABC, not ACB. So this is gone. Now we are left with only one option, which has ABC, right? Now, a persistent rise in prices affects both consumers and businesses. This is a general sentence. This is a general sentence moving towards particular. So D is a general opening sentence connecting with specific actions taken, right? Specific actions taken in ABC. So D is a general opener. Okay, A is the correct answer. So sometimes, even if you're not able to find the opening sentence right away, it makes sense to find the sentences that are linked. For example, in this case, it was easier to find the mandatory pair A and B. AB mandatory pair or a very strong connection between A and B was easier to identify than trying to identify something else. Okay? Well, next question on your screen. I hope Ronak, it is clear to you, right? The previous question was clear. Acha, I think some of you marked B as the correct answer in the previous for the previous question. Was it for the previous question? Ronak, Nandini, Lakshya, have you understood? Have you understood why A is the correct answer for the previous question? I hope, right? You have understood it, right? Very clearly. Huh? Huh. It is AB mandatory pair, ABC is the link, and D is the general sentence, therefore the opener. That is how you should look at it. Great. Next question on your screen. Okay. After the jumbled sentences, I think there will be sessions on grammar and all. My session is going to end in another 15 minutes or so, right? We'll be doing jumbled sentences and then a few more questions of analogy if the time permits, right? So by and large, my portion, the portion I would cover today was logic, that course of action, assumption, and conclusions, and para-jumbles by and large, and if possible, a few questions of analogy. That's about it. Easy question coming your way again. C is the correct answer for sure. right? Governments collect taxes from citizens. This revenue is related to this. Road, schools, and are common examples of public services. Such spending contributes to the overall funding is the conclusion. A, B, C, D is the correct answer, right? Great. For a change, let us solve a few questions of analogy and then come back to these questions of parajumbles. Okay, I'm sure you know that in analogy questions, word analogy questions, you're supposed to figure out, understand the relationship between the words given in the question and then compare it with the words or the word pairs given in the options. You're supposed to identify that shows the same relationship as the one indicated in the question, the words given in the question pair. Okay, so take a look at this question, quickly solve it. Ink is to pen is to paper. So how do you compare this? Ink is to pen is to paper is the same as what? Okay, is the same as. Now what ink is to pen is to paper? What's the relationship? Right? Okay, wonderful, nice. Right? You have indeed given me the correct answer. Yeah, ink is to pen is to paper is the same as color is to brush is to canvas, right? So ink is filled in the pen and then spread over the paper, right? Similarly, color is used, brush is equivalent of pen, color is equivalent of ink, which is used to spread over the canvas, which is the equivalent of paper, and therefore the correct choice. Wonderful. Correct. Color is used by the brush on the paper. Wonderful. It makes sense to quickly convert it into a sentence. Good. Wonderful. Road bus driver. What do you say? Bus is, now let's convert it into a sentence. Bus is driven on the road by the driver. Yes or no? Bus is driven on the road. Bus is driven on the road by the driver. Yes or no? By the driver. Okay, fine. Bus is driven on the road by the driver. Train is driven by on the track by the passenger. Sorry, this is not the correct answer. Ship is driven by the watch by the driver. Doesn't make sense. Aeroplane is driven, or like aeroplane is flown in the sky by the pilot. This is the correct answer. Parallel letters. No, no sense of driving is indicated. No parallel. C is the correct answer. Wonderful. Medium vehicle driver. Absolutely. You make a sentence, you understand. Right? Great. Next one on your screen. Okay. Music, guitar, performer. Oh, wonderful. Absolutely. Right. Basically, music is the performance, right? So there's a performer playing the guitar, and what comes out of the guitar is music, right? Similarly, a person performs a trick on the rope, and the performer is the acrobat. So acrobat is the performer, guitar is like that rope, and music is like the trick that the acrobat weaves on the rope, and therefore A is the correct answer. Right. Absolutely. Result, medium, and driver. Great, Arush. That's a nice input. Result, medium, and driver. Okay. Right. Great. Wonderful. Wonderful insight. Result, medium, and driver. Great. Good identification of pattern. Correspondent, news, and newspaper. Correspondent brings the news into the newspaper, right? A correspondent brings the news into the newspaper. Yes or no? So this correspondent is the person who can bring the news, right? He brings the news. So, well, can I say farmer brings the crops to the food? Crops are food themselves. Okay, right? Correspondent is a person who brings news. Farmer is a person who raises the crops. Up to this point, it is okay. But crops leading to the food, news leading to the newspaper is not the same. News is a part of the newspaper that gets into the newspaper, right? So, well, crops create food, news create newspaper. So yes, A question mark. Okay. So let's convert it into a sentence. Probably that will be better, right? Farmer crops food question mark. Mason and cement and construction. Mason uses cement to construct, right? Mason uses cement for construction. Correspondent brings the news to get into the to put it into the newspaper. Okay, and the news gets into the newspaper. This does not hold true, right? Cloud brings correspondent brings news. Cloud brings water. Farmer brings crops, but doesn't get into that food in the same way, right? So correspondent brings news, which it's a part of newspaper. Similarly, cloud brings water that creates that gets into the ponds, right? Water is a part of the pond. This is the best choice. C, right? Road, vehicle, destination. Well, vehicle doesn't. I mean, there's no relationship of that sort. Correspondent brings the news. He creates the news, right? So road doesn't create or bring the vehicle, right? That's not the connection between road and vehicle. The pattern is not the same. Okay, so try to make sentences. If you make sentences, make a defining sentence with the words given, then it will become easier for you to solve the questions, right? Correspondent brings news into the newspaper. Finished, right? Correspondent brings news into newspaper. Similarly, clouds bring water into ponds. This is the only framework that can be applicable to this question, right? That way you can compare quickly and understand, right? Krishna, have you understood? I hope you have. Okay, interesting. Complexion can be white or black. Complexion can be white or black. Alert, intelligent babies. Babies can be alert or intelligent. This is in the reverse direction. Babies can be alert or intelligent. This is in the reverse direction. Okay. Health, disease, hospital. Hospitals are like take care of health and disease. So it cannot be equal to these. Babies can be, babies may have these qualities. So white and black is the quality of complexion, right? It describes the complexion. B doesn't describe the hospital, right? Heart, health, disease, hospital, therefore doesn't have that. Train, bus, journey, again, I cannot say train has bus and journey or journey has bus. All the three are nouns in any case. This is also gone. Officer can be honest or corrupt. This is flowing in this direction. Complexion can be black and white. Officer can be honest or corrupt. D is the correct answer. Priyanshu, have you understood? And the complexion could be white or black, and officer could be honest or corrupt. This framework applies to only one. So, in order to identify the pattern, you can create a logical defining sentence. That's the point. Okay. So, quickly moving ahead. You can easily identify, like one is the sequence here, and talk, whisper, and shout are some form of communication, right? You're going to say something, whether you talk, whisper, or shout, you're going to say something, right? So, well, it's between C or D, right? C or D. Create, form, or make. See, look, watch, create, form, or make. Right. The trouble is with the word form here, right? See, look, and watch are exact synonyms, right? Talk, whisper. The whisper is like there's a difference in intensity in these words, right? Talk, shout, and whisper. Whisper makes you a bit silent. Shout, higher in intensity. Talk, neutral. Okay. See, look, and watch are totally different words. See is like you are seeing me now. If I look, depends. I may look into something, or watch has a different meaning altogether, right? So basically, it identifies three different ways of doing something, right? So see is different from look, and that is different from watch. So if I sort of watch a movie, I actually see a movie, but the action of seeing is different in all these cases, right? So the best option in that case would be see, right? See, look, and watch. These are three different ways, right? Three different ways of doing the same thing. That is expressing. Three different ways of doing the same thing. See also see, look, and watch are three different ways of doing something similar. Different intensities of, I'll check. Touch, hold, and embrace. Okay, fine. Touch, hold, and embrace. Let me check that. Oh, I didn't actually consider that option. I was comparing C and D. A valid point raised here, right? A valid point raised here. B. Yes, yes. I should definitely check B. You are absolutely right. Now that you have indicated, let me check. Touch, hold and embrace. Okay, is hold like whisper to some, touch is like whisper, embrace is like shout, and hold is like talk. Yes, I'll go for B. Absolutely, full marks. Right, the pattern, three different ways of doing the same thing, and intensity also is definitely there. Right, so although C talks about three different ways, but it doesn't bring up the intensity aspect. Nice to point out. Yes, Aryan. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for that intervention, Aryan. Yes, you're absolutely right. Right. So although C talks about the difference, but it doesn't talk about the bring up the intensity here. Touch, touch is like a superficial thing. Embrace is a deeper aspect, right? And then hold is just like so. Hold is just like talk. Touch can be like whisper, and embrace can be like shout. It brings up the intensity. Wonderful. Great. So let me check. Huh. So with barely 1 minute to go, I think we are uh, nearing the end of the session, student. It was really nice to be interacting with you for 2 hours at a stretch. And then from the bottom of my heart, I wish you all the best for your exams. I'm sure you're going to do well. Okay, there will be a break time soon after this, right? But don't go away. There will be a session following this, right? Nice. I wish you all the best. Ganeshan signing off. Thank you, students, for your lively participation. And I wish you all the best. Wonderful. No, no, no. We are not considering order in this question because it is not applicable to any of the options. That is why I did not consider the order. Because if you go by the order, there is no option available. Okay. Thank you, Arush. Thank you. Thank you. Right? Ha, ha. Suddenly I saw order, order. So I thought it's an intervention by a judge or something. Okay. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Nandini. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Right? In any case, these specific questions will not be asked. You also know. It's the logic and the reasoning that we adopt that's going to play the most important role. Nice. Wonderful. Thank you and bye bye, students, from my side. Um, and please continue watching.
Hello students, I'm Shazli from Top Rankers and I welcome you all for the session around grammar for JIPMAT. Hi students, are you all up for the session? I'm really excited to take this session considering the fact that many students, I was just running through the charts, so some of the students were asking for grammar topics and all. So I have something for you students before I begin with the session. Grammar will be tested in the form of spotting the errors. All right, you need to identify the error given in the sentence, or you can go for sentence improvement. Although at times they also give questions in the form of fill in the blanks with MCQs, four options given there. The important topic for grammar can be tenses, subject and verb agreement. Then we have got topics like active, passive voice. We also have topic like narrations, where you actually need to go for reported speech, direct, indirect speech. We also get the questions around prepositions, articles. Hi, hello. Yeah, so two more important topics are there. One is parallelism, the other one is modifier. So these are important topic for the session. Well, students, let's begin with the session. I'm literally bouncing off the wall. So other than grammar students, I also would like to address questions around vocabulary, where you will be getting questions in the form of antonyms, synonyms, contextual vocabulary. We also get questions around foreign phrases, phrasal verbs. We might get some questions around idioms as well. So that is all for today. So shall we begin? Okay. Question number one is on screen, students. So how to go about with this session? I just would like to take say 10 questions and then we can discuss those 10 questions. After that, another set of 10 questions. So that's how the entire session will continue. That is one thing. Second thing, students, I would appreciate if you can just maintain, you actually need to mention the correct question number there in the chat box, because normally student answered like A, B, C, D, like this without question number. So I would appreciate if you can just write down the question number 2 along with your answers. Question number 1. Question number 2 is on screen, students. Question number 3 is on screen. Question number 4. Try to be a little faster. Question number 5 is on screen. Please write down the correct question number 2. As I requested earlier, question number 6. Question number 7. Question number 8. Question number 9. Question number 10. All right. Now allow me to give the answers of all 10 questions. You're supposed to choose synonym for the word arduous. Arduous is somebody who is grueling, arduous. All right, something which requires a lot of physical efforts, fatiguing, arduous. All right, grueling is one of the synonyms for the same. Something which requires a lot of physical efforts. So something which is really hard to do. So strenuous should be the correct answer choice. Rest of the option easy can be opposite, antonym. Joyful is not the synonym for something which is tiring, exhausting. Rapid is not the synonym for the same. Now next question, eloquent. So the root locu is a Latin root, all right, which is related to talk or speech. So silent is obviously something opposite to it. Clumsy is awkward. Confused is baffled, or something flummox, something which is confusing, ambiguous. Articulate is the correct synonym. Eloquent. Eloquent is somebody who is good orator. All right. Eloquent. So obviously C will be the correct answer choice. Now next word, lethargic. We are supposed to identify synonym for the same. So the correct answer to this question is sluggish. Lethargic means affected by lethargy or laziness. So something which lacks energy. Energetic is just opposite. Alert is quite, I would say, related to energetic, alert, cautious. Hasty is हेस्ट का मतलब क्या होता है जल्दी जल्दी यू डू समथिंग इन हेस्ट hasty move all right quickness or quick is what we call hasty so lethargic is sluggish. Now next question, synonym for the word prudent. All right, prudent basically is somebody who shows a lot of care, and somebody who thinks for future. All right, somebody who is thoughtful about everything, somebody who is wise. So correct answer choice here should be wise. All right. So reckless and foolish here in that context can be antonym. Arrogant is proud, haughty, arrogant. All right, excessive, somebody who takes excessive amount of pride is proud. Okay, so that is irrelevant to this word. The first two words antonym, and then D is irrelevant. Now next, you're supposed to choose antonym. Antonym is opposite, oblivious. Oblivious is ignorant, somebody who is ignorant, not knowing, unaware. All right, not knowing about something is ignorant or oblivious. So here this will be the synonym, even this is irrelevant. Conscious is the correct antonym for the word conscious. So C is the correct answer choice for conscious. Conscious word has got the root science. Science is related to knowledge. All right, so conscious will be the correct antonym. Now next, 6, antonym for meticulous. Well, students, we are supposed to identify antonym. Careful and thorough will be synonym for the same. Even precise. Precise is something which is, I would say, synonym. Accurate or sharp, precise. Although precise can also be considered as something which is brief. Okay, so these were synonyms. Careless should be the correct answer choice for this question. Careless, meticulous. Somebody who is careful, and opposite is careless. Already, and we wanted opposite. So careless will be the correct answer choice. Now next, antonym for candid. Candid is straightforward, candid, frank, straightforward, honest. And we wanted antonym for the same. So deceptive should be the correct answer choice, students. All right, candid, frank, honest, open, straightforward, all will be considered as synonyms. Now, antonym for tranquil. Tranquil is calm, composed. All right. So these will be synonyms. Peaceful, synonym, serene, and calm will be synonym for the same. And we wanted antonym. So turbulent should be the correct antonym for the same, students. Turbulent means moving unsteadily or something which is in conflict, chaotic. Now next, correct antonym opposite of benign. Benign basically is gentle, harmless or friendly. We wanted antonym, so malignant should be the correct answer choice for the same, students. Alright, malignant is virulent or infectious. Something which is harmful is malignant. Now next, choose the antonym for prolific. Antonym means opposite. All right. So prolific basically is producing or something which results in something. So I would say productive will be synonym for the same. Fertile will be synonym, and creative will be synonym. C should be the correct answer, because prolific is producing many works or something which ends in result. So production, fertile and creativity are the results. So obviously barren should be the correct antonym for the same. Now question number 11. Now we will take next 10 question, 11 to 20 students. So usually in JIPMAT you get easy questions with a few challenging questions as well. Elimination works wonder, but if you get say two new words in the same question, so probably that leads to confusion. Question number 12. Question number 13 on screen. Question number 14. Hurry up, students. Try to be a little faster. Question number 15 on screen. Question number 16. Seventeenth on screen. Try to be a little faster. Please mention the question number 2 so that I can get the idea whether you are on question number 16th or 17th. Question number 18th on screen, students. Question number 19. Hurry up. Question number 20th on screen. All right. So let's discuss questions from 11th to 20th. Well, students, here we are getting some sentences. The government took stringent measures to control the spread of disease. Now, we are taking some measures which are obviously effective for controlling the disease or spread of disease. It can't be lenient that way, students. Casual or delayed obviously are antonym for the same because we want to control the spread of the disease. So obviously correct answer choice should be B, strict. Now, question number 12 is on screen. Uh, the professor's lucid explanation helped all students understand the complex topics. So, actually, it helped students understand the complex topic. So, we needed some positive word there. Okay. So, lucid is obviously not confusing because that actually helps students understand the complex topic. It can't be boring. It can't be lengthy. It's obviously clear. So lucid in context to the sentence is clear. Now next, the athlete showed exemplary discipline during the training camp. Now we needed some positive word before that. So it can't be poor, it can't be average or ordinary. Obviously, it should be commendable. We needed positive word before discipline. Now next, the detective gave an astute analysis of the crime scene. So detective is giving, all right, in context to the sentence and analysis. So we needed some positive word there. So it can't be careless, slow or random analysis. It's obviously shrewd analysis, wise analysis or clever analysis after some thoughts. Okay. Now next, despite being reticent, despite we needed something contradictory for reticent. By nature, she gave a powerful speech. So reticent by nature is obviously not outspoken because she gave speech. It can't be talkative. It can't be aggressive. It is reserved because despite being reticent, she gave a speech. All right, so she was laconic. Reticent is taciturn, somebody who is not at all talkative. And if somebody who speaks very less, a man of a few words, all right. So if that somebody gives a speech, so here we need it because despite is already given there, and she gave a very powerful speech, so we needed something contradictory to reticent. So sorry, yeah, not contradictory because contradiction is already being shown there. So we needed something in context to the synonym in context to the sentence given there. So contextual, by contextual vocabulary, we get to know that reserve should be the correct answer choice because despite has already shown that kind of contradiction given there. Now, next question number 16. The CEO's pragmatic approach saved the company from bankruptcy. So, students, it's saving the company from bankruptcy. So, we needed positive approach. All right, something positive. Impractical approach is obviously wrong. Emotional approach is already obviously wrong. Pragmatic is practical approach. All right, why practical is needed there? Because idealistic is theoretical, more or less theoretical, idealistic. All right, that probably may not end in good result. So here we needed something which actually saved company from bankruptcy. So practical approach, pragmatic approach. C is the correct answer choice. Question number 17. The committee unanimously endorsed the new proposal. Well, students, endorse unanimously. We needed antonym for endorse in this context. Support is synonym, approved synonym, announced is irrelevant in this context. So we needed something which is antonym, rejected. All right, the new proposal supported or rejected. So obviously C is the correct antonym, opposite of endorse. Now next question, the principal took a lenient view of the students' misconduct. We needed something antonym to lenient. All right, antonym. So lenient, the principal took a lenient view of the students' misconduct. So obviously strict should be the correct one. Because lenient is, if somebody is lenient, that means somebody is giving you mild punishments. All right, soft and gentle will be synonym. We needed antonym here, so strict will be the correct answer choice. Question number 19. The politician made an ambiguous statement about the new policy. We needed antonym of ambiguous. Ambiguous is conveying double meaning, leading to confusion. All right. So vague will be synonym, unclear will be synonym, doubtful will be synonym, unambiguous will be the correct antonym. It was easy to attempt because we just needed un before ambiguous there, which conveys opposite. Question number 20th. The new law was dashed by the parliament after months of debate. If debate is already getting resolved, all right, so it can't be rejected, it rather should be enacted in this context. Okay, so obviously, and of all the four options, this is the positive word. So B is the correct answer choice for question number 20th. Now, another set of 10 questions, students, starting from 21 to 30th. Question number 21 on screen. Hurry up, students. Question number 22. I would appreciate if you can write down the question number 2. Question number 23 is on screen. Try to be a little faster. Question number 24. Question number 25. Come on, students. These are easy questions, but still students are taking a lot of time. Question number 26. Yes, Soumya, you're right actually, they are easy. Question number 27. Please write down the question number. Question number 28. Twenty-ninth on screen. Question number 30th. All right. Now, allow me to discuss all 10 questions starting from question number 21. The doctor advised complete rest as the patient was dash after the surgery. So, well, students, for question number 21, C is the correct answer choice. Why? Because the doctor is actually advising for a complete bed rest. So, energetic patient obviously must not be energetic because he is advising for complete bed rest. All right, the patient was recovered. Had he recovered, doctor would not have advised for complete rest, not even active. So, debilitated will be the correct word. Debilitated basically is weakened, as the patient was weak or weakened. All right, weakened due to illness in context to the sentence. Hence, C is the correct answer choice. Now, question number 22. His dash behavior at the dinner table embarrassed. Somebody is feeling embarrassed, parents especially. So, polished behavior, people won't be embarrassed. Gracious, people won't be refined, people won't be. So, boorish will be the correct word which is required here. All right, boorish is somebody who is rough and coarse in approach, somebody who is not sophisticated, somebody who is not elite or refined in taste. All right, so boorish, uncultured will be the correct synonym for the same. Bad mannered, uncultured. Okay, these are the synonyms for the word. So C is the correct answer choice. Now next, the scientist's research paper was dash for its originality and depth. Well, students, we are talking about depthness and originality. So obviously criticize won't be the correct word, because we would not criticize the paper which is depth, all right, which is full of knowledge and information. Dismissed obviously won't be the correct answer, and ignored because these are the negative word. We needed positive word. See, lauded. Lauded basically is extolled or praised. All right. So lauded, praised. Question number 24. The treaty was considered considered dash as it benefited both. So it benefited, we needed positive word. All right. So students, one-sided won't be the correct answer choice because it benefited both the nations equally. So unjust, partial and one-sided won't be the correct answer. B, equitable will be the correct answer choice for that. All right, because it benefited both the nations equally. Equitable is fair and impartial. Equitable is fair, just or impartial. These are the synonyms for the word equitable. Well, students, now next question 25 is on screen. Well, the student's dash in mathematics helped him secure top rank. Helped him secure. That means we needed a positive word there. Weakness. Weakness in mathematics won't help him secure the top position. Ignorance is again wrong. Failure. These are the negative words. We needed positive. Hence C. Proficiency. Proficiency is skill. So here's the skill in mathematics. Now, question number 26, students. The manager was dash in his approach and dash in his decision. All right. Now, students, for this question, correct answer choice should be B. The manager was systematic in his approach and decisive. Decisive in decision, somebody who can take decisions properly, decisive in nature, the deciding factor. All right. Decisive basically is firm and clear. Decisive can be considered as firm and clear. So we needed this. Hasty is something which is quick in decision. Quickness, hasty. Actually, haste word is used negatively. All right, haste. Something which we do randomly, impulsively, without giving it a thought. That is haste. So this is negative word that way, students. Now, question number 27. Her dash smile and voice made her excellent counselor. We wanted positive word for the same. So, correct answer choice should be warm and soothing. Harsh is negative word. Harsh smile will not make her excellent counselor. Alright. And cold smile will not make her excellent counselor, which is negative. Fake smile again is negative word. Only B is the correct option because we needed both the words to be positive. Now, question number 28. The documentary was both dash and dash, leaving the audience informed and entertained. So, we needed something which is related to inform and entertain. So, obviously, boring and educational won't be the correct answer choice. Something which is educational can make audience informed, and something which is entertaining make or engaging can make audience entertained. So obviously B is the correct answer choice. Confusing and funny will be negative word. Dull and entertaining again is not the correct option because dull is not required there. Now, question number 29, the athletes dash preparation. Well, students, and dash mindset helped him win. We needed positive word because it actually helped him win the gold medal. So, lazy is not the correct word. Rigorous and determined seemingly is good option. Casual is negative word. Poor is and overconfident again negative word. So, rigorous preparation and determined mindset, firm mindset. So that way students correct answer choice should definitely be B. Resolute mindset. Resolute is also determined or firm. Question number 30th. The novel was dash in its theme but in its narrative style. We needed something which is contradictory, students. Alright. Contradictory. So complex and simple will be the correct answer. The novel was simple in its theme but complex in its narrative style. Actually, you're right. It could be both, I guess. All right, but when we talk about themes, well, students, for me, the correct answer choice here should be A. All right. Simple in narrative style. Why? Because narrations are usually complex. That's what we expect. Narrations are usually very lengthy. So the theme here was complex but simple in narrative style. Question number 31. Now, you are supposed to solve questions starting from 31 to 40th. Come on, students, hurry up. Question number 32 on screen. Question number 33. Hurry up, students. Krishna, I'm not getting you. What do you want to say? Now, question number 34. Come on, students, hurry up. Now, question number 35. Students, I would appreciate if you can just solve a little faster. Kindly attempt all the questions as fast as possible. Come on, students. Question number 36. These are the questions around one word substitution. Question number 37 on screen. Question number 38. Now, these questions are around misspelled words. Question number 39 on screen. Hurry up. Try to be a little faster. Now, 40th. All right. Now, allow me to explain all these questions starting from 31. The new policy was for farmer but dash for small businesses. We needed something which should be contradictory. So for me, the correct answer choice should be A. The new policy was beneficial for farmers but harmful for small businesses. All right. So usually we say something positive and then we come up with something negative about the same. All right. Yes, you're right. Actually, these are identical. So I think the question seemingly is erroneous. Question number 32. One who walks in sleep. Well, students, we needed one word for the same. The correct answer choice is B, somnambulist. All right. So here, somnus is related to sleep. Somnus is related to sleep. And ambular is related to walk. So to walk in sleep is a person who is considered to be somnambulist. Insomniac is a person who won't be able to sleep at night, who is not able to sleep at night. Narcissist is a person who believes or who keeps praising about himself, all right, who is full of himself. Narcissist. Hypochondriac is a person who actually thinks extreme of the diseases. Like if you simply have headache, you will start thinking about brain tumor. All right, that is where we use hypochondriac. Got it? Hypochondriac. If you have a little pain in the chest, you will start thinking about cardiac arrest. That means heart failure or heart attack. So that's where we use hypochondriac. Now next, one who is present everywhere. So we needed word which requires present, omniscient, all-knowing, omnipotent, who is all-powerful. All right, omnivore is a person, somebody who can eat both plants and animals, but omnipresent is required here. Well, students, next 34, a place where orphans are housed and cared for. So obviously orphans, orphanage is the correct word for the same students. All right. Asylum usually can be for both old age home as well, asylum, or for mentally retarded people also we use asylum. All right. Dormitory is a sleeping hall. All right, there are some dormitories when people can't afford to go to the hotel. All right, so they can simply go to dormitories kind of thing. Sanctuaries, you already are aware of the word sanctuary. It's a place of safety or religious space. All right, like safe place for animal sanctuaries, bird sanctuaries. Now, one who studies the origin and history of words. Well, students, for me here the correct answer choice should be B. Etymologist. Word etymology. Somebody who actually, studies the origin of words, like root word. Like locu is a Latin root which means talk in speech. Now there can be cluster like loquacious is talkative, eloquent is good orator, circumlocution is roundabout talk or speech, that means beating around the bush, grandiloquent and magniloquent. These words are referred to adjective which indicates use of bombastic vocabulary, like grandiloquent, compliment, full of words, beautiful words. All right. Now, students here, you should know the other words as well. A philologist studies literary text. All right. One who studies literary texts. Linguist is a person who deals with language, who studies language. and lexicographer who compiles dictionaries. Who compiles dictionaries. Now next 36, the practice of having more than one husband, polyandry. Andry is related to men having multiple men in life, polyandry. Alright, polygamy. Gamy is related with marriage. Many marriage, the concept of many marriages will be polygamy. The concept of having multiple husbands, polyandry. Polygamy, alright, related to females having many wives. Mono is related to single marriage. Monogamy, the concept of single marriage or one marriage. Alright, question number 37. Have I told the answer? Yes, it's B. Question number 37, choose the correct spelled word. Alright, correctly spelled word, students. Here, the correct answer choice should be embarrassment. Double R, double S is required. Here, single R is there. Also, single R. Alright, here, single S. So, C is the correct spelling for embarrassment. Question number 38, correct spelling. Well, students, the correct answer choice here should be C, occurrence. We needed double C and double R. Here single R is there, A is also error. Alright, occurrence. So A-O double C-U double R. Here three R's are given, that's why it's wrong. Question number 39, choose the correct spelling, correctly spelled word. For me, the correct answer choice is liaison. Now, correct spelled word, question number 40th, answer is B, receive. Here double V is making it wrong. It should be EI, not IE. Now question number 41 on screen, students. Once again, we are going to solve all 10 questions starting from 41 to 50th. Question number 42 on screen. Hurry up, students. Question number 43. Question number 44. Forty-five on screen, students. Come on, students. Question number 46. Question number 47. Hurry up, students. Forty-eight on screen. Come on, hurry up. Question number 49. Now, this is a grammar question. Question number 50th. Please mention question number as well. All right. Now, allow me to discuss all 10 questions. Identify the odd one out. So, candid, transparent, and frank, these seems to be synonymous to each other. Hence, D should be the correct answer choice. Deceitful. Identify the odd one out. Next question. Reduce, diminish, decrease are all synonyms. Augment is to increase or to intensify. All right. Some to make something greater by adding to it, which is opposite. So obviously D should have been the correct answer choice. Question number 43. Pensive, contemplative and thoughtful, all three are synonymous to each other. So impulsive would be the correct and not antonym, I would say, odd one out. Impulsive. All right, impulsive basically is without thinking, one who does anything without careful thought. Hence, D is the correct answer. Now, choose the sentence where flaunt, this word is being used correctly. Flaunt basically is to show off. All right, she flaunted the rules and was punished. Flaunt is to show off. Students, so in this context, in context to the given sentence, it's used incorrectly. Flaunt. He flaunted his new car to everybody. He showed off. Yes, to show something off. They flaunted their duty. They performed their duty is the correct one. She abided the rules. She agreed the rules. No, sorry, she broke the rule here. So incorrect usage. She flaunted the court order. All right, she violated the court order. All right. Hence, C is the correct answer choice. Sorry, not C. B is the correct answer choice. Okay, students. To show something off, flaunt. Got it? Choose the sentence where infer is used correctly. Well, students, I inferred from the data. It's correct. The teacher inferred. No, she knew, she was aware of the fact that the test would be on chapter 5. There is nothing. Infer is to deduce something. All right. Infer is to understand and to get to know something which is indirectly stated. Okay, that is the infer, to imply something. So she inferred her opinion clearly. Inference is never clear. All right, because that's not the direct. Something which is directly written in the report can't be the inference. He inferred a new theory without any base. All right, no. Actually, for this sentence, theory without any base, no, it's obviously wrong, students. Question number 46. Chronic. He developed a chronic habit of arriving late. Well, chronic basically is persisting for a long time. Persisting for a long time. Chronic disease. Chronic exam lasted? No. That was only for 3 hours. She bought a chronic bouquet for her friend. Chronic, persisting for a long time. That was incorrect. He made a chronic speech. Again, incorrect. Correct answer is A. Question number 47. The politician made a promise before the election that he never intended to keep. All right. So it should definitely be hollow promise. Hollow promise because he never intended to keep the promise. He just said for the sake of speech. All right. So B definitely is the correct answer choice. Question number 48. The journalist report was exposed the corruption within the ministry. So if it is superficial, it wouldn't have exposed. It wouldn't be careless. It can't be vague as well. C, incisive. Incisive is accurate or sharp. All right. Incisive is accurate, sharp. Question number 49. You need to spot the error in the given sentence. 49. Well, students, for me, the correct answer here, which part is erroneous? The price of rice may shoot up to reach a boiling point in the coming month as the stock of the staple cereal are depleting fast owing for deficient rain and fall in output. It can never be owing for, it's always owing to prepositional error. So if the error is in C, 3 of that is part 3, so obviously C should have been the correct answer choice. Owing to, owing to is due to. All right, I want to buy some books, so today I must go to the market. Well, students, there is no error in the sentence, hence D is the correct answer choice. All right, now students, you're supposed to attempt the questions starting from 50, 51 to 60th. Question number 52 on screen. Question number 53. Come on, students, hurry up. Try to be a little faster, students. Question number 54. Question number 55 on screen. 56 on screen. Fifty-seven. Come on, students. Question number 58. Now 59. Hurry up, students. Now 60th on screen. All right. Now, student, there is no N in this sentence. So, obviously, it is D. Question number 52. The wounded man was being. Men is written here as plural, so it should be word being. So the erroneous part was 1, hence A is the correct answer choice. Men itself is plural. It's not man, which is singular. It's men. All right. Now, question number 53. By the next Halloween, we will have been there for 10 years. Well, students, correct answer choice for 53 is D because there is no error at all. Now, question number 54. Jay Prakash was quite amusing when he heard what had happened. Well, students, 54, for me, the correct answer choice should be A. Jay Prakash was quite amusing or amused. It should rather be, he was amused to hear something when he heard. So he was amused. A definitely is erroneous that way. Question number 55. He stopped to see if the detectives could pick up the trail. Well, students, question number 55, C is the correct answer choice. All right. So when we talk about could, so we usually use with models, we usually use could is already in past to pick up instead of picked up. It should be he could pick up. C is erroneous. With could, verb first form is required. Question number 56. Sonam has been living in London since the last several years. When we talk about several years, it should not be since, it should be for. For is used for particular period of time, for many years, for couple of days, for half an hour or so. Since is used for particular point of time. All right, so if second part is erroneous, so B should have been the correct answer choice. Question number 57. They will not be coming with Jitendra and I to the market. Well, students, instead of I think it should have been me, Jitendra and me. They will not be coming with me or with I. It should be me. B is erroneous because second part was erroneous here. Neither the employees nor the manager nor their manager were ready. So whenever we have neither nor, we always consider the closer subject nor with nor. It's manager which is singular. So instead of were, it should rather be was. Subject and verb agreement. With neither nor, either or, we always consider the subject near to nor and or. B is erroneous that way. Now 59. I think it's quite dash that your parents still hold hands. Well, students, it's quite adorable, I guess. C is the befitting answer here because they are holding each other's hand. It's adorable to see. All right. I wasn't even dashed at all that he was ill. All right. You were not aware of the fact. So D contextually is befitting. Now question number 61 on screen, students. Come on, hurry up, 61. Come on, students. See, student, I think there is a typo error. It should rather be nor. It was typographical error. Question number 62 on screen. Come on, hurry up. Question number 63 on screen, students. Try to be a little faster. Sixty-four. Question number 65 on screen. Question number 66. Sixty-seven. Sixty-eight on screen. Come on, students, hurry up. Question number 69. Hurry up, students. 69, I think we are done. 70th. All right. Question number 61, students. Obviously, C is the correct answer choice here because they like cricket. That means they don't like badminton. So neither nor is the correct pair, correct conjunction. Neither Anita nor Ritu likes badminton because they like cricket. Question number 62. Correct answer choice here should be A. During is required. So she stayed at the Falcon Hotel during my stay in Mumbai. All right. So during is appropriate here. Question number 63. She wanted to buy a new car. So I think is now she didn't have enough money. That's contradictory statement. So obviously, however, because however depicts that kind of contradiction or deviation. Question number 64. I told her that the bank doesn't open. Well, students, until is required there for question number 64. Until 10 a.m. Till or until. Unless we use only when unless you work hard, you won't get success. So we needed something contradictory after that. Still, obviously, just obviously won't be befitting here. Question number 65. I would like to try dash pizza, no, dash pasta so I can know the difference. I would like to try both. So that way, the student correct pair should be both and. With both, we don't use also. So won't be the correct answer because somebody will try both, then only can tell the difference. So D is befitting here. Question number 66. Tell me, were you dash for the meeting or you were late? On time. On time is sharp, exact time. All right, that is on time. And in time is just before the time. All right. So were you on time? B is the correct answer choice here. Question number 67. So no preposition required in question number 67. D definitely is the correct answer choice there. She got home very late last night. Question number 68. Let me tell you, you can start this laptop dash pressing this red button. Well, students, correct answer choice for question number 68 by pressing the red button. All right, you can start just by pressing the red button. All right, so obviously, student D is the correct answer choice. Uh, Kindly let us know the time of your arrival by return of post. Well, students, for me, the correct answer choice is no improvement. Okay, it's actually correct. Kindly let us know the time of your arrival by return of post. Question number 70th. The young boy is cried up. Cry up is an idiom, students, or phrasal verb. Sorry, it's cry up. Cry up is to praise. It's a phrasal verb. To praise or to extol. The correct answer choice here is B. Extolled, cried up by his friend. He was praised by his friends. Question number 70th, sorry, 71 on screen. Seventy-two. Question number 73 on screen, students. Question number 74 on screen. Question number 75. Question number 76 on screen. Seventy-seven on screen. Come on, students, hurry up. Question number 78 on screen. Hurry up, students. Seventy-nine. Eighty. Question number 80 on screen. All right. Question number 71, students. They are going to wrap up the negotiation, finalize. D, wrap up is to finalize, to complete the work. All right. Question number 72. The news of his son's death cut him up greatly. Now we are talking about somebody's death. So obviously it won't be happy, yield or executed. It should definitely be A. All right. 72 is A. Because we are talking about death. Cut him up, distressed. Question number find out the error 73. If John had told me last week, I had told me, it should be would have given. B seems to be erroneous here, student. It's a conditional sentence. So whenever we have if plus had plus verb third form, it will result in would have plus verb third form. So will have given instead of that would have given. B is erroneous here. Now, no sooner did the train arrive. Now did is given. So it should be arrive. B is erroneous, students. Alright, with no sooner, we use either had or did. So with had, we usually use verb third form, and with did, we usually use verb first form. Have I made myself clear? So 74, definitely B is erroneous. Arrive should be there because did is given there. Question number 75. As we entered, she was found hanging from the ceiling. Well, students, for me, the correct answer choice, she was found hanged instead of hanging. B is erroneous. Question number 76. Well, I think if I were in his shoes, I would die. No error. All right, it is hypothetical condition, no error. Question number 77. My friend did not see me for many years when I met him last week. Well, students, for me, the correct answer choice should be A. My friend had not seen me, because there are two actions, so we usually use past perfect with the action which occurred before others. So, had not seen me for many years. Past perfect. When we have multiple past actions, we compare them on the basis of occurrence, and we use past perfect with the actions which occurred before others. Question number 78. Why don't you why you don't told him? Well, students, obviously erroneous part should be A. Why don't you tell him? Instead of why you don't tell him, told him. Why don't you tell him? Question number 79. Well, students, correct answer should be, there was a big argument about if we should eat pizza or pasta. There was a big argument. Well, after a preposition, we cannot use if clause. So B is erroneous. Instead of this, it should be whether we should. All right, so whether or not, correct answer is B, because the error is in if. If clause we don't use after preposition. Question number 80th. I was surprised when I heard that she was won national award. Was won? Obviously incorrect, student. So this can't be that she won the national award. Instead of she was won. She won the national award. C is erroneous part there. All right, students. So that's all for today. I hope you have had good learning around grammar rules, around vocabulary. Just I'll just keep this session on break, because there will be third faculty will be taking care of RCs and other stuff. So that's all for today, students. Keep watching the video till end. You just need to take a short break before we start another session. So thank you so much.
So hi and good evening everyone. Welcome to Supergrads. Bacha Party, I hope everyone is ready for today's one-shot JIPMAT revision. JIPMAT exam जो अभी 3 दिन बाद I guess Sunday को आप appear होने वाले हो. So here we are with this series, with this session where I think Ganeshan Sir has had its session. Shazli Mam is also done with her session. Now it's my turn to help you people with this one last revision, one last I would say one last go of just a couple of hours, and then I would expect you people to be ready. I'll also tell you what should you do in the remaining 2 days. अगर ये पढ़ना भी है, so 5th और 6th को मुझे क्या करना चाहिए, 7th को मुझे क्या करना चाहिए. I'll be answering all those questions as students. So Bacha Badi, I know everyone is ready. I think everyone is here. Good evening. I have somewhere around 50-55 questions in today's session, but again, the scope is not just limited to those 50-55 questions. There's a lot to learn, students. And I have also come up with a paper format, with a sample paper format, which I believe more or less इस बार का एग्जाम भी कुछ ऐसा ही रहने वाला है जैसा मैं आपको अभी बता रहा हूँ. So you can consider today's session as a sample paper. You can consider it as a paper that has future year questions. Let's begin, students, and here is our first question, guys. Here is our first question. Basic question, single filler का question, which I expect कि सारे बच्चे correct करने वाले हैं. So good evening, Chesta. Good evening, Aryan. Good evening, Aditya. Hi, everyone. Let's begin, and here is our first question. So the first 5 questions that I have in today's session are based on single fillers. Then I have all sorts of questions on synonyms, antonyms, idiom, one-word substitution, sentence rearrangement, punctuation, RC. What else do you people want? So here is your first question, students. Although, now it starts with although. This provides me a big hint, students, because conjunctions में मैंने आपको बहुत बार ये चीज बताई है, बहुत बार ये discussions किए हैं कि these conjunctions, especially the ones that express some kind of contrast, वो आपको बहुत हेल्प करता है in questions of fillers. Fillers, when I say fillers, I mean single filler, double filler, triple filler, जिस भी टाइप के fillers हो, हर जगह आपकी हेल्प होती है. Although the diplomats remarked appeared conciliatory, it means it appeared to be very cordial, it appeared to be in a friendly way. On the surface, they contained a subtle dash, something that would not be similar to conciliatory. So कोई ऐसा word मुझे देखना है that is not similar to conciliatory, students. Now I think it becomes easy. It becomes easy to identify what should be the correct word. So encomium is praise. Now, even if I read it further, I would say this information is irrelevant for me. अगर मैं exam scenario में हूँ आपकी जगह, this information would be irrelevant, students. I'll only read it till here and I'll figure it out कि यार जो भी word है, it should not be on the same lines as conciliatory. So क्या word होना चाहिए? What would you people answer? So that many seasoned negotiator interpreted as a warning rather than an offer of cooperation. So encomium is praise, overture is like a proposal, the first move. Euphemism, again, euphemism is a literary device that we use when we want to make something harsh a little mild. So that leaves me with rebuke, subtle rebuke. Rebuke here can mean criticism. Rebuke here can mean some kind of subtle scolding. Subtle is unnoticed. Subtle is something that is done in a manner that is unnoticeable, students. That is unnoticeable. So B must be the correct answer for this question. What are my major takeaways? I would say the conjunctions that are mentioned here are very important. Fillers के question में I keep reiterating the fact single filler or double filler or triple filler or conjunctions, and especially the ones that express contrast, I mean they are the biggest hints in such questions. इसके अलावा कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है. So for the first question, the correct answer should be option B, students. And the first 5 questions that we are discussing, इसका एक vocabulary chart भी मैंने बनाया है for revision, वो भी आपको help करेगा. So moving on to the next one, students, the philosopher's treatise was so dashed that even scholars familiar with the subject struggle to disentangle its intricate arguments. Intricate is something that is complex, something that is complicated. Intricate is something complex and complicated. So the philosopher's treatise was so that even scholars who were familiar with it were able to disentangle that. It means they also found it difficult to understand. I think I've given you people enough hints for this question. What should it be, students? Pellucid, recondite, pedestrian, or lucid? What should be the correct answer? What should it be, guys? बहुत hints दे चुका हूँ, बहुत पूरे sentence का I think postmortem कर चुका हूँ. I don't think there's anything left, students. So it should be recondite, yes. Something that is difficult to understand. Something that is difficult to understand. So B must be its correct answer, students. B must be the correct answer. Again, I know, it's really important that you know the meanings of these words, but at the same time, you must also understand the context where these words are used. So that was question number 2, guys. Here is number 3, and as I said, we will have a recap of the words that we are studying, the different options that we have. So we will have a quick recap after the first 5 questions. Far from being an act of generosity. So this kind of act is not related to generosity. Generosity is being kind and noble. So far from being an act of generosity, the billions years highly publicized donation was viewed by critics as a calculated attempt to dash attention from allegations of financial misconduct. Now, if you look at this question, you would say, sir, the sentence looks quite lengthy, sir. It has words like generosity, whatever it has. I think this is an easy one if you understand the context of the word, which was, as Krishna has answered, as Aryan has answered, the correct word in this context would be, it was done to divert attention from allegations of financial misconduct. Divert. Exacerbate means to make a bad situation worse. To make a bad situation worse. Vindicative is revengeful. Perpetuate is to promote something which is fake. So that was our question number 3, students. I hope everyone was able to get it. Divert, एक easy word था, and as I can see, all of you have got this correct. Here is the next one, guys. The committee's reports was praised for its intellectual rigor. Yet, now there is an introduction of yet, and I think that is your biggest hint. That would be the biggest help you would get to identify the kind of word that we need here. So, yet some members felt that its conclusions were excessively dash, relying on theoretical assumptions and empirical evidence. So we need a word. That would be that could be similar in meaning to theoretical and not practical, students. Something that is based more on theory and not on practical things. What could it be, guys? What word are we looking for? Pragmatic is something which is practical, something that is doable, something that is empirical. Then definitive is again something that can be proven. Unequivocal is something which is very clear and direct. So the correct word here would be conjectural. It means it was based more on the theoretical knowledge, more on theoretical assumptions instead of instead of some proven conclusions. So for that reason, I would choose option B as my correct answer for our fourth question, students. For that reason, I would choose option B. Definitive is incorrect. Here is number 5. So as I said, I have first 5 questions are based on single fillers. In questions का difficulty level, I would say it's quite moderate, but lengthy sentences मैंने intentionally choose किए हैं because lengthy sentences देख के जो आप पढ़ कर गए हो वो आप भूल जाते हो. I wonder why that happens, but हमेशा lengthy sentences में भी you must look at some hints. वो क्या hints आपको मिल रहे हैं? You must focus on that. So here is your question, students. What disguised the scientist from his contemporaries? Sorry, what distinguished the scientist from his contemporaries was not merely his brilliance, but his refusal to become dash. He continuously questioned even theories that had earned him international acclaim. It means he was not set on one particular ideology. He questioned everything. So to be preoccupied with some ideology, to have some preoccupations, to have some prejudices, ऐसा कुछ word मुझे यहाँ पे देखना था, and that word would be dogmatic. Dogmatic, students. So A must be the correct answer for question number 5. A must be our correct answer for question number 5. Yes, guys, it should be dogmatic, as many of you have answered. So we are done with the first 5 questions. I know there were some words जहाँ पे आप बोलोगे सर ये words मुझे नहीं समझ में आए. So for that I have a quick recap of these 5 questions. So we had words like conciliatory, which is related to peacemaking, or friendly and cordial. Friendly and cordial. Then we have encomium, I think something that I also discussed. Yes, you could say Krishna, he is more, he was not rigid and he was questioning everything that he had proved earlier. Then we have encomium, which is formal praise. Overture is a proposal or opening move. Recondite is difficult to understand. Vindicate, clear from blame. Acha, I think I told you people that it is revengeful, वो vindictive होता है. ठीक है? Then conjectural is based on speculation. So it was based on theoretical assumptions, but not on anything that was proven. कुछ prove नहीं हो रहा था. That was, I think, the answer for one of our questions. And dogmatic is rigidly opinionated. When you say someone is opinionated, नई चीजों को वो वेलकम करना चाहते ही नहीं है. He has set his opinions, he has set his beliefs कि यार ऐसा ही होता है. This is what I believe to be true. So that is what opinionated is. Bacha Party, these were my first 5 questions, and you can expect such questions this Sunday in the JIPMAT exam as well. Moving on to some straightforward questions. The type of questions that we generally see, the type of questions that we have seen in 2025, 2024, 2023, I can go on and on and on with the number of years. ऐसे questions बहुत बार exam में आए. So you have to tell me an antonym for the word obdurate. Before you do that, I would want you people to tell me some synonyms of obdurate as well. Krishna has answered. Well done. So obdurate is someone who's stubborn. Obdurate is someone who's stubborn, someone who's adamant. किसी की बात नहीं मान रहे. So this is a synonym. This could also be a synonym. Yielding would be the correct antonym for this question. Yielding, students, would be the correct antonym for this question. I think Krishna has answered that. Kushagra has answered that. Utkarsh has also answered. Krishna. ठीक है. So this is where your revision part comes in. Today's session is a mixture, students. बहुत से कुछ questions, नए type के questions जो हमारे first 5 questions थे. Then we have some questions wherein you would say कि सर ऐसे questions तो मैं IPMAT इंदौर के टाइम से पढ़ रहा हूँ, रोहतक में भी पढ़ा था, JIPMAT में भी पढ़ रहा हूँ. There would be some very important grammar rules. There would be some good questions on sentence rearrangement as well as reading comprehension. So B must be the correct answer here. Moving on to a question of one word substitution. A person who studies ancient encryptions. Now, when you're studying one word substitution, there is one category that I told you people, and that is people in profession. There are often I've seen there are questions of people in profession in the actual exam as well. So one who studies ancient inscriptions, numismatics, epigraphist, philologist, archivist, you will have to tell me the meanings of all these four options, students. Numismatics, I think this is related to coins. Philologist, one who loves, the root word file is for love. Archivist, again one who loves, one who keeps archives and records. Numismatist is one who collects coins. So the correct answer here would be epigraphist, but take nothing away from the different options that we have, because exam mein there could be a question on who's a numismatist, there could be a question on who's a philologist, who is an archivist. You can expect these kind of questions as well. So people in profession, students, is one of those themes in one word substitution that I believe you must revise. If you're wondering what you should do on 5th and 6th of June, you should try and revise these things. You should try and revise people in profession, different type of studies, different type of phobias, different type of governments. That is what you must do, students. So Bacha Party, I think we are done with this question as well. Shall we proceed to the next one? I think we should. Here is the next one. Here we need a synonym for laconic. Here we need a synonym for the word laconic, students. Well done, when answered, students, and you can consider this is your last revision, this is your last session before the actual JIPMAT exam coming this Sunday. So जो भी preparation है, जो भी discussions है, आज कर लो, सारी बातें कर लो, because on 5th and 6th I know थोड़े बहुत ही time हमें preparation करना है, ठीक है. Now, if we talk about this question, laconic is one who does not speak a lot. Who does not speak a lot. So verbose is its antonym. Circumspect is different. I think concise would be the synonym. Ambiguous, the correct answer is C, students. Ambiguous is something that can be interpreted in two different ways. That can be interpreted in two different ways. Correct answer here would be option C. Please tell me if you people agree with it. I think the kind of responses that you people have come up with, I think aap samajh gaye ho. What is laconic and what would be its synonym? What would be its antonym? It's time we move to the next question. So in JIPMAT, students, you have, if you've seen the previous year papers, there are such direct questions, and these direct questions are very dangerous also, because either you know the meaning or you don't. You cannot try to understand the meaning based on the context, or you do not see a lot of root words being involved here. So this can be a little tricky in exams. If there comes a word that you have not studied, I mean, may God help you in that situation. That is the only realistic advice I can come up with. So we need an antonym for mendacious. Now mendacious is someone who's dishonest. Someone who's dishonest in his dealings. So fraud, deceitful, I think these are similar words. The correct antonym for this one would be option A, honest. Honest and someone who's very true in his dealings. As I can see, there are correct answers from Krishna, Aryan, Kushagra, Correct answers, students. If you people are enjoying this session, I wonder why you people have not liked it yet. जब मुझे पता चला कि यार I have to take this one shot session on JIPMAT, I was ready and I was excited, और उसके पहले ही मेरा content ready था. I was ready with the kind of questions that I wanted. कि last minute पे आपको मैं कैसे questions पढ़ाऊं, क्या discussions करूं, that would help. So that is how this session was created. Here is our next question, students. Now, as I said, different kinds of crazy, different kinds of governments is also important in JIPMAT exam. There are direct questions. There had been direct questions in the previous years as well. So let's see if you can answer this. A government run by wealthy people, oligarchy, plutocracy, meritocracy, aristocracy. Without further ado, let's move to the next question. Yes, Krishna. I know you people are familiar with my catchphrases now, because you people have been working really hard since the Indore exam, then the Rohtak, and last I think everything culminates to the JIPMAT exam this Sunday. Oligarchy. Now, what is oligarchy? Oligarchy is a system where there are few people. There are only a few people that are ruling over a country. Plutocracy is, I think, the one by the rich and wealthy, where the government is run by the rich and wealthy. Meritocracy based on merit, based on qualification. And aristocracy is a kind of government by the nobles and the elites. But your preparation and your I think your learning should not end here. You must compile a list of the different kinds of crazy. इसमें gerontocracy अभी missing है, इसमें kirkstocracy अभी missing है. So there are many kind of crazies. जब आप different type of governments लिख रहे हो, I think you must have a list of somewhere around 12 to 15 different kinds of government. Anarchy आपको यहाँ पे लिखना चाहिए. Democracy is something that is easy to get. So correct answer here would be plutocracy. Plutocracy, students. Utkarsh got it correct. And I think बाकी बच्चे miss out कर गए, but again it doesn't matter. आज गलती कर लो यार, कोई बात नहीं. But please make sure that there are no clouds of confusion when we walk into the exam center on Sunday. Sunday को कोई गलती accept नहीं होगी. Oligarchy is not similar to aristocracy. Oligarchy होता क्या है? देखो, oligarchy से हटके मैं आपको एक type of market बताता हूँ. Oligopoly. So in economics हम पढ़ते हैं ना, monopoly is the one where there is one seller and many buyers. Then there is duopoly. Duopoly में there are two sellers and many buyers. Oligopoly is where you have few sellers and many buyers. So something that you could say, भाई जो हमारे SIM card providers company है, वो oligopoly ही तो है कि we have Jio, we have Airtel, we have Vodafone Idea, BSNL, यही तीन चार है. So that is what oligopoly is. Similar to what we have in airline industry as well. Airline में भी वही चार पांच. तो ये oligopoly होता है. So this root word oligo is for few. And यही oligarchy था. So please tell me, students, is there still any confusion in oligarchy or oligopoly or any different type of government? I think everyone understood that. Here is the next one. We need a synonym for obfuscate. What do you mean by the word obfuscate? So the next one that we have is We need a synonym for obfuscate. What would be the synonym for the word obfuscate? So obfuscate is to confuse. And for confuse, again, we can write a complete set of synonyms. We can write words like baffle, perplex. We can write flummox, confounded, discombobulated. There are so many words. So the synonym for it would be to conceal, probably. I would not say this is a synonym, but this is the best answer choice out of the given options that we have. Obfuscate is, yes, deliberately making something difficult to understand. So it's quite related to confuse, but the options that we have here are not similar to confuse. So the best option that I have here is conceal. I'm not choosing conceal because it's a synonym, but I'm choosing it because, as I said, I know options A, C, D would not make sense here. So that would be the correct answer. That would be the correct answer for this question, students. So confused, baffled, perplexed, confounded, discombobulated, these can be the synonyms for obfuscate. The next word is capricious, and we need an antonym for this. Before we decide what is its antonym, we must know कि capricious क्या होता है. What are those situations? What are those situations जहाँ पे मैं word capricious use करता हूँ, students? So is it predictable, whimsical, fickle, erratic? What should it be, students? Whimsical, fickle, erratic, or we have predictable at option 1. So capricious is something that keeps changing. Fickle is its synonym. Vacillate is also its synonym. Oscillate would also be a synonym. Mercurial behavior would also be its synonym. These are all synonyms. Antonym चाहिए था, so it should be predictable. Capricious behavior is unpredictable behavior. एक moment पे the person is smiling, दूसरे moment पे he becomes sad. So that kind of behavior, those kind of mood swings, वो capricious behavior, fickle behavior, volatile behavior. You could say it is mercurial in nature. Volatile भी लिख सकते हो यहाँ पर. As I emphasize, I mean it has become quite a platitude कि यार कभी भी कोई word मिलता है ना, उसके synonyms हमारे पास compile होने चाहिए, दिमाग में वो folder खुल जाना चाहिए. So that is what you should do in such questions. Bacha Bati, please tell me if there is anyone who has any doubts in the word capricious. Capricious में कोई doubt? Please tell me. I think if students have been preparing for IPMAT, Rohtak, Indore, JIPMAT, capricious, fickle, mercurial, volatile, ऐसे बहुत सारे words आपने mock में देखे होंगे and बहुत बार देखे होंगे, right? Here is the next question. We need one word substitution on fear of confined spaces, and as I said, students, if you are wondering कि सर 2 दिन में क्या रिविजन कर लूं, क्या नया भी अगर मैं पढ़ना चाहता हूं, क्या नया पढ़ लूं, try to work on the common phobias and manias. Phobias and manias भी एग्जाम में होते हैं. Try to make a list of different kinds of phobias and manias. Mania is an obsession for something. Phobia is fear. Different kinds of fears. So fear of enclosed spaces, agoraphobia, claustrophobia, acrophobia, hydrophobia. Acrophobia is fear of heights. What is agoraphobia, students? What is the meaning of the first one? Hydrophobia is fear of water. Fear of enclosed spaces is claustrophobia. Fear of enclosed spaces, fear of confined spaces is claustrophobia. Allurophile Krishna, of course, people who love cats. So ye phobias, manias and different type of files is something that you must know. Agoraphobia, if my memory serves me right, I think fear of new places and fear of strangers होता है. Can anyone tell me what is agoraphobia? The first option choice for this question. Exam में students, phobias, manias, different type of comments, different type of strategy, different type of studies, people, profession, इसके ऊपर exam में बहुत questions. I mean, one word substitution से अगर examiner कुछ भी पूछना चाह रहा है, I think this is something जो आता है exam. So that was your question, and of course the different answers. Meaning of the word mellifluous. Mellifluous. What does mellifluous mean? Mellifluous, students. Harsh, sweet, disorderly, or rapid. What did it? Anxiety or disorder by intense avoidance of environment, and basically of open spaces or of new places. I think that is how it is related. Here is the next one. Here is the next one, students. Mellifluous. Mellifluous is it harsh? Is it sweet? Is it disorderly? What exactly is it? So mellifluous is something well done if you've been selected. So it should be sweet. I mean, you can have this mnemonic here, melodious type. Okay, not melody but melodious. You can relate it with the word melodious. So it should be sweet. It should be sweet, which is given in option B, students. Which is given in option B. So that was our question, and the answer here is the next one coming your way. Now you have to identify the error in this question, and बहुत सारे questions ऐसे हैं जहाँ पे मैंने options नहीं रखे हैं. I don't want to treat these questions as MCQ type questions, because यहाँ पे मैं आपको कुछ और important additional information भी देना चाहता हूँ. So you have to identify the error here, and of course you have no ABCD things here. Neither the principal nor the teachers was willing to postpone the exam. Now this is a question and something जहाँ से JIPMAT exam में questions होते हैं students. अगर grammar के कुछ points में कुछ topics में point out करूँ, so I would say subject verb agreement is one of them, tense is one of them, जहाँ से exam में question होते हैं. So this is of course from subject verb agreement. This is from subject verb agreement. And when two subjects are joined by neither nor, the verb agrees with the nearest subject. So here is the verb, nearest subject, teachers being plural subject will take a plural verb. Teachers being plural subject will take a plural verb. So it should be were. Again, ऐसे क्वेश्चन में आपने देखा होगा कि I am not come up with any options A, B, C, D or parts A, B, C, D, because मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि यार सब्जेक्ट वर्ब अग्रीमेंट अगर आप लास्ट मतलब आपने एक चेकलिस्ट बना रखी होगी, राइट? सो मैं आपको वही बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि ऑन 5th ऑन 6th सब्जेक्ट वर्ब अग्रीमेंट का भी एक रिवीजन कर लेना, इफ यू हैव नॉट डन इट इन दिस वीक. ठीक है, इफ यू फील कॉन्फिडेंट, ऑफ कोर्स जरूरत नहीं है, बट इफ यू आर वंडरिंग ग्रामर में क्या पढ़ूं, सब्जेक्ट वर्ब अग्रीमेंट शुड बी देयर, राइट? सो सिंस टीचर्स इज प्लूरल, द वर्ब मस्ट आल्सो बी प्लूरल. Here is our next question, students. Here is our next question. Choose the correct sentence. Now I have seen such questions being asked in JIPMAT exam. सो ये सेंटेंस करेक्शन, ये सिमिलर क्वेश्चंस जिपमैट 2025 के एग्जाम में हमने देखे थे। जिपमैट 2025 में था, so there are high chances that there would be such questions this year as well. Each of the boys. Now there are two things to consider in these type of questions when something starts with each of. With each of, either of, neither of, in all these cases we use singular verbs. And also when we are using a possessive adjective, it must be singular and of masculine gender. It must be singular and of masculine gender. बहुत सारे checks यहाँ पे करने थे. So with each of, first things first, we do not use have. So how do we decide then again their assignment or his assignment? Now their and his, these words are possessive adjective. So when a sentence starts with each of, the possessive adjective that we use has to be singular first. And singular में भी कौन सा? His. If in exam scenario ऐसा कहीं पे लिखा हुआ his or her, so this would be correct. अगर कहीं पे एक ऑप्शन में his लिखा है, एक ऑप्शन में his her है, so his or her वाला option is what you will choose. Alright guys, please tell me if this rule is clear to everyone. The correct answer here is option B. Please tell me if there is still any confusion with regards to the rule that we have discussed. Please tell me guys. You will see such questions this Sunday. You will see such questions. All right, students. So seems like everyone has clarity around this one. Chalo. Moving on to the next one now. Each of noun plural verb singular, pronoun singular. Okay. ठीक है. If you have summed it up that in that manner, that also works. Here is the next one. Convert this into indirect speech. She said, had I known, I would have acted differently. No options, students, in this one. Again, if you are to change this in indirect speech, how would you do that? And what kind of sentence is it? What tense changes are you going to do? Is there any other rule that I have told you? So the correct indirect speech for this would be, she said that if she had known, I कौन है ये? She है. She would have acted differently. So in such a question, there would be no change in tense because this is conditional. No change in tense because this is past conditional. I know easy questions change करना बहुत easy होता है. So please look at this question. In the meantime, I'll read what you people have answered. Yes, you can expect this session to be something on expected lines. Correct answer by one of the students, I think. So this should be the correct answer. And again आपको ये याद रखना है students, whenever there are conditional sentences, the tense does not change, the pronouns would change of course. इसको मैं दो तरीके से लिख सकता हूँ, had I known, and then I can write it in this manner as well, if subject had V3 as well. So this should be the correct indirect speech. Please tell me if there's anyone who didn't understand, because एग्जाम में वो डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चंस मत उम्मीद करो आप नरेशन में कि देयर वुड बी अ क्वेश्चन इन प्रेजेंट कॉन्टिन्यूअस टेंस एंड दे वुड आस्क यू टू चेंज इट. तो आपको पता है प्रेजेंट कॉन्टिन्यूअस चेंजेस टू पास्ट कॉन्टिन्यूअस, दैट इज बेसिक. अगर ऐसा क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में आता है सो वो हर बच्चा करेगा तो कट ऑफ ऊपर जाएगा. सो बी प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर दीज some hidden rules, you could say, some unexpected questions, some not so popular rules that are taught in classes. So that was your question and the answer to it. I hope everyone was able to wrap their brain around this question. Here is the next one, and here I want you people to change the voice. This is in passive voice, you have to change it in active voice. क्यों करा रहा हूं मैं ऐसा? सिंपल है यार. अगर आप बिना ऑप्शंस के ये क्वेश्चंस कर पा रहे हो, so imagine how easy it would be when you have 4 answer choices where you just need to eliminate the wrong ones. Will that help students? Please tell me. Do you find my method effective of not coming up with MCQs for narration and voice? The proposal was unanimously rejected by the committee. All right, guys, I can see you people typing the answers. So it should be the committee unanimously rejected the proposal. It is debatable whether you would use unanimously here. Yes sir, क्या मैं unanimously end में use कर सकता हूँ? कर सकते हो, not a problem, कर सकते हो. सिर्फ ध्यान ये रखना है कि when you are going from active to passive, the tense must not change. V3 हमेशा देखना है, subject, object और अपने verbs पे focus करना है. Active passive narration, these type of topics are based more on the correct verb usage, students. Verb कितना important है ये आपको पता है. English में I always say ABCD के बाद अगर कुछ important है, so it's the usage of verbs and the verb forms. That was your question, students. चलें आगे बढ़े, next question देखते हैं. Here is the next question on something that you people probably are not focusing on, and that is phrasal verbs, students. क्या phrasal verbs पे आप focus कर रहे हो? So phrasal verbs related एक question. The success of the project is dash effective collaboration among stakeholders. What should it be, and what would be the correct phrasal verb here? What should it be? Contingent dash as many people is dependent on contingent upon given in option A. The success of this project is contingent upon effective coordination and among stakeholders. So it is very much dependent upon. So with contingent we use upon. अगर एग्जाम में डायरेक्ट आ जाता तो शायद आप you people must be I think सिर्फ guess कर पाते, not very sure. So phrasal verb again, is it on your checklist? Is it on your checklist? क्या phrasal verb हमने पहले किया है? अगर नहीं किया है सो ऑन 5th and 6th of June phrasal verbs का एक बार रिविजन करो. So that was your question and the answer, students. Here is the next one. Again, here we have to identify the error. Conjunctions का ये बड़ा favorite भाई तरीका है examiner का. So for this, I'll write the correct structure. So whenever we have hardly, barely, scarcely, with it we use helping verb. Helping verb could be did or had, then the subject, then the main verb. Main verb would be V1 or V3 depending on the helping verb, plus when, plus V2. This is your structure for hardly, barely, scarcely. So hardly had I entered, so hardly, then had, then subject, then V3. So this part is correct. The room when the phone rang, ring, rang, rung, this is also V2. So there is absolutely no error in this question, students. No error. No error in this question. Did anyone answer that? I think no one did. Because you people were busy identifying the errors, students. Error detection questions are not about identifying the errors. Error detection questions are about knowing the correct grammar and seeing कि यार grammar के rules correctly apply हुए या नहीं हुए. Zero error, absolutely no error in this question. And yes, exam में no error questions भी हो सकते हैं. I know error detection questions का मतलब यही होता है कि सर मैं तो error ढूंढ रहा था. Error ढूंढो मत. Error चल के आपके पास आएगा और बोलेगा भाई मैं error हूँ, please identify me. That should be your approach in error detection, spotting error type questions. बता दो भाई. कोई दिक्कत? Seems like there isn't any. Here is the next question. No sooner का भी एक structure होता है similar to hardly, barely. With no sooner, again helping verb had or did, then the subject, then V3 or V1 depending on the main verb, and THAN, than, plus जो remaining part है वहाँ पे V2 होना चाहिए. So had है तो we use V3 and if it is did we use V1. क्या बोलते हो फिर इस क्वेश्चन में? ऐसा क्वेश्चन क्या लास्ट ईयर जिपमैट 2025 में नहीं था? एंड आई ऑल्सो टेल यू समथिंग जो किसी टीचर ने आपको नहीं बताया होगा. वाई इज इट कि यार एक ही रूल पे आप बोल रहे हो कि सर 25 में भी क्वेश्चन था, 24 में भी क्वेश्चन था, पहले भी क्वेश्चन था. बिकॉज उस सिंपल रूल के क्वेश्चंस मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स गलत कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए एग्जामिनर को लगता है क्या दिक्कत है, फिर से एक बार पूछ लेता हूं. बच्चे तो गलती कर ही रहे हैं, बच्चे तो प्रिपरेशन कर नहीं रहे. बट इस बार अगर ऐसा क्वेश्चन आए तो एग्जामिनर को बता देना कि सुपर ग्रेड्स पे अभ्यांश सर से रूल्स सीख कर आए हूं सारे. ठीक है, इस क्वेश्चन पे आ जाए हम. सो नो सूनर स्ट्रक्चर देखते फॉलो हो रहे हैं. नो सूनर हैड करेक्ट, then the subject, then V3, then THAN. The passenger realized their mistake. Again, realized V2. पूरा स्ट्रक्चर आई थिंक आपने यहां तक पढ़ा होगा. THAN then with no sooner we use THAN then. बट जो आगे का पार्ट है उसमें भी एरर हो सकता है, और एरर हो सकता है कि V2 की जगह कुछ और यूज हो जाए. सो प्लीज बी वेरी केयरफुल स्टूडेंट्स, प्लीज बी वेरी केयरफुल इन सच क्वेश्चंस. आई नो आप बोलोगे सर ये स्ट्रक्चर मुझे पता है, ये स्ट्रक्चर मैंने क्लासेस में पढ़ा है, आपसे यूट्यूब पे पढ़ा है, पेड बैचेस में पढ़ा है, कहीं ना कहीं पढ़ा है, बट शायद यहाँ तक पढ़ा था, शायद ये पार्ट बहुत से बच्चों को नहीं पता था. आई होप अब गलती आप नहीं करोगे. लेट्स मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन स्टूडेंट्स. बेसिक स्ट्रक्चरिंग का क्वेश्चन है. दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन बेस्ड ऑन हाउ व्हाट द करेक्ट स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ अ सेंटेंस मस्ट लुक लाइक. So we are into the last hour of this marathon session, and last hour में आपकी preparation रिविजन, चेक बॉक्सेस, जो जो आपको देखने हैं सारे डिस्कशन हम करने वाले हैं स्टूडेंट्स. आई मीन इफ रिक्वायर्ड वील एक्सटेंड द सेशन एज वेल. कुछ इजी क्वेश्चंस होंगे सो वील स्किम थ्रू देम, और एल्स आराम से, आई नो आज खत्म करेंगे इसको. सो करेक्ट पंचुएटेड सेंटेंस, हाउएवर के बाद ही कॉमा लगना चाहिए था, नॉट सेमी कॉलन. सो ही रिफ्यूज्ड द ऑफर. सो आप अपनी चेकलिस्ट में ये देख रहे हो कि सर मैंने ग्रामर रिवाइज कर लिया, वोकैबुलरी कर लिया है, आरसी अच्छा चल रहा है, बट होल्ड ऑन, क्या मैंने पंचुएशन मार्क्स पढ़ा है थ्रू आउट द ईयर, इवन नॉट जस्ट इन रिविजन. सो पंचुएशन मार्क्स एक बार पढ़ो. क्वेश्चन टैग्स क्या मैंने पढ़ा है, क्वेश्चन टैग के कुछ 3-4 रूल्स होते हैं, बस उनको देख लो जाके. सो दिस मस्ट बी अगेन समथिंग जो आप 5th and 6th जून को कर सकते हो. Moving on to the next question, students. The report comprises of 5 chapters. Here we are talking about superfluous. Superfluous. Another topic जिस पे किसी बच्चे की नजर नहीं जा रही है, बच्चे का ध्यान ही नहीं जा रहा है. Superfluous expressions भी कोई चीज होती है. एग्जाम के बाद आके बच्चा मुझसे कह रहा है सर ये ऐसा क्वेश्चन था, कैसे गलत हो गया. I mean, I do not want you people to come up with that reaction कि ये तो सर बहुत easy था. Superfluous expressions are expressions where we use more words than that are required. So the report comprises of 5 chapters. Now we can write consist plus of, we can write comprise or comprises. That is correct, but there is no such usage of comprise plus of. Grammatically incorrect. So comprise is bus. Similarly, we can write in spite of. There are many such expressions जो आपको एक बार revise करना चाहिए. So in spite of is correct, despite is correct, but we never use despite plus of. We never use despite plus of. So again, students, superfluous expressions is something जहां पर शायद आपका ध्यान नहीं जा रहा था. Do I have your attention now? Superfluous कर लोगे? बोलो सर. superfluous भी 5th और 6th वाली जो हमारी प्रिपरेशन लिस्ट है उसमें आ चुका है. Where is it raining, बेटा? It's raining, but where? Which city are we talking about? Correct spelling is what we are looking for. Spell check. Again, a topic that looks very innocuous, but it can be challenging. So what is the correct spelling then for this one? I think it is A, conscientious, one given in it. I mean, these are such questions where I as a teacher cannot help you. Spell check is something that you must have a list और उसको बस revise करते चलो. There is no, I mean, there is no other alternative for this one. So it should be option A, students. Moving on to the next one. To bell the cat. Here is the idiom, to bell the cat. Now we are moving to the idiom thing, और आज के सेशन में बहुत सारे idioms मैंने नहीं रखे, because idioms मैं आपको बहुत सारे already पढ़ा चुका हूँ in classes, in YouTube, on YouTube sessions, हर जगह. I think Telegram पर हर जगह idioms बता चुका हूँ. So here is one idiom. Again, when we study animal idioms, I think this is one of those idioms जो हम starting में ही पढ़ते हैं. Bell the cat. Is it easy to bell the cat, students? If you want to put a bell on cat's neck, would she allow you to do that? Would she allow you to do that? I don't think so. So to bell the cat is to do something risky. To bell the cat. For others, yes, there are some contexts जहाँ पे for others लिखा होता है, but आपको तो ये you have to choose the best fit option. As I always say, correct answer कुछ भी हो सकता है, आपको eliminate करना है, you have to choose the one that you feel इस context में वो correct है. So it should be option A, students, for this question. Moving on to the next one, red herring, again an animal based idiom, students. एनिमल इडियम्स पे बहुत वर्क किया है, कैट्स के ऊपर, डॉग्स के ऊपर, हॉर्सेस के ऊपर, एलिफेंट्स के ऊपर, फिश के ऊपर भी. रेड हेरिंग, रेड हेरिंग, हेरिंग फिश होता है. सो अगेन ये आप एनिमल इडियम्स, कलर इडियम्स कहीं भी पढ़ सकते हो. सो अ रेड हेरिंग इज अ मिसलीडिंग क्लू. A red herring is a misleading distraction or misleading clue. Given in option B, students. Misleading, as Krishna has answered. Well done, Krishna. Well done. So that was again another easy idiom, a bread and butter idiom, students, because अगर आप प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हो ये idioms आपको पता होने चाहिए. De facto. Now foreign phrase एक और आपकी भाई चेकलिस्ट के लिए कि फॉरेन फ्रेजेस भी जिपमैट एग्जाम का बड़ा इंटीग्रल पार्ट है. यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट one or two, probably one or two questions from foreign phrases. So here is the next one. ये तो easy है, but foreign phrase एग्जाम में डायरेक्ट हो सकता है, मैच द कॉलम फॉर्मेट में हो सकता है, किसी भी चीज में हो सकता है. फॉरेन फ्रेज de facto. So I think इसका मीनिंग इसमें लिखा हुआ है, रिबेल किड, कन्हैया, चेष्टा. De facto here means in fact. So B must be our correct answer for this question. Foreign phrases, students, कितने foreign phrases आपने पढ़ रखे हैं before going into the exam? क्या लगता है foreign phrase कोई सा भी आएगा आप कर लोगे? Are you feeling confident in this topic, students? Are you feeling confident in foreign phrases? No? No response is a very bad response. I mean, एक ऐसा टॉपिक है जहां पर बहुत कुछ हो सकता है. I mean, if you have even read 400 or 500 foreign phrases, तब भी एग्जाम में कोई ऐसा फ्रेज हो सकता है जो शायद आपने नहीं पढ़ा. So again, it's a little bit of a risk and reward kind of topic. Status quo means what? Status quo means what? What do you understand by this foreign phrase, status quo? Existing state of affairs, sudden change, legal status, social rank. What is it? What is it, students? If we say we want to maintain status quo, what exactly are we trying to suggest? We are saying existing state of affairs. मतलब जो जैसा है वो वैसा है. सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कोई केस है कि यार कोई एग्जाम ऑफलाइन से ऑनलाइन हो जाना चाहिए. सुप्रीम कोर्ट का कुछ जजमेंट आता है एंड यू वुड से इट्स स्टेटस को, मतलब ऑफलाइन था ऑफलाइन ही है, इट हैज नॉट चेंज्ड. So existing state of orders given in option A must be the correct answer for this foreign phrase. So foreign phrase, फिर से बोलता हूँ, foreign phrase एग्जाम में आ सकते हैं. If you feel 2 दिन में क्या रिविजन करूं, foreign phrase should be on your list. Here is the next one, guys. Carte blanche is how it is pronounced. I am not very familiar with the pronunciation of these foreign phrases, but I know this one. This is carte blanche. What is it? Partial approval, complete freedom, secret order, or written agreement. What do you mean by this foreign phrase, carte blanche? क्या मीनिंग होना चाहिए बताइए. What should it be, students? So carte blanche, blanche is blank. That means complete freedom. Complete freedom probably for the market, complete freedom to run, complete freedom to conduct your business as you want to. So B must be its correct answer, students. B must be, yes, it is related to complete freedom. So B must be its correct answer. Well done, students. I think we are done with questions of foreign phrases. Now we move to questions of sentence rearrangement. Exam में students, you should expect at least 2 to 3 questions of sentence rearrangement. At least you should expect 2 to 3 questions. So here is your first question from sentence rearrangement. So how would you arrange this one? De jure is by law. Yes, Krishna. De jure is by law. How would you arrange this one? क्या opening sentence क्या होना चाहिए? I think that's the biggest thing to identify. It is very easy to believe कि A B C D A B होना चाहिए, but what should it be, guys? What have you people chosen? A or B? A or B? What have you people chosen for this one? I think it should be A. Scientific progress often creates ethical dilemmas, and it was really a trap किया dilemmas के बाद such dilemmas वाली line होनी चाहिए. Should be A, students. Innovations frequently outpace regulations. Such dilemmas become acute when technology advances rapidly. Society therefore requires framework to evaluate the consequences. So the arrangement which is given in the first option, ADBC, would be the correct sequence here. ADBC would be the correct sequence. Moving on to the next one, students. What about this one? What about the next question that we have? क्या sequence होना चाहिए? I think it should start with A. The library was deserted. B and C should be a pair. B and C should be a pair, and D must be at the end. Or should it be A? A storm had cut off electricity, yet one dim light flickered. So I would say B and C is something that has to be a pair. And if I go by this logic, I would say the one given in option B is correct. A, B, C, D, I think it is written in a correct sequence. So B must be the correct answer. Moving on to the next one. Next question, students. Next question on sentence rearrangement. I think in this question, if you just go by the pairs, I would say D and C is a pair. It could be difficult. It could be difficult to answer the question whether it would start with A or B. But I think it's easy to say that D and C would be a pair. Why? Because to enjoy political support from economist. So if going by that, the policy continued despite criticism from economist. Acha, it should be AC. Despite criticism from economist, the policy continued to enjoy political support. Okay, I think it should be ACBD. ACBD given in option C. ACBD given in option C must be the correct sequence here. ACBD, students. Here is the next question. Next question, guys, on sentence rearrangement. Come on, students, this looks quite straightforward, doesn't it? Now, when they say in the concluding sentence, when it talks about education remains indispensable, how can there be a conclusion on that? I think there must be some sentence जहाँ पे बताया होगा कि education is important, and then there are some steps, and then we come to the conclusion. So it should be A, B, C, D. Education promotes critical thinking. Critical thinking strengthens democracy. Democracies rely on informed citizens. Therefore, education remains indispensable. I think it should be A. Next question, guys. One more question on sentence rearrangement. One more question on sentence rearrangement. So what should we choose for this one? Again, I think it's already arranged. History is not merely a record of events, it also reveals recurring patterns. Such patterns help societies avoid mistakes. Consequently, historians serve an important function. A, B, C, D would be the correct sequence here. So we are done with questions of rearrangement. Now I have a passage and वहीं पे उसका question लिखा हुआ है. So this passage is followed by 5 questions, students. Here is your passage, which is followed by 5 questions. You need to identify the central idea in this passage is about how information and knowledge are two different things, and the author discusses how knowledge is different from information and what has been the role of technology in modern day in modern scenario. So what is the first one? The central idea, students. Can anyone identify the central idea? The main idea. Internet should be banned. Information, knowledge are identical. Information alone does not constitute knowledge. Just because someone has information about something, that doesn't, it cannot be equated with knowledge, students. So for that reason, I would choose option C. Bacha Party, please tell me if everyone agrees with it. Or is there anyone who has any confusions here? Anyone, any doubts here? Seems like there aren't any clouds of confusion. So here is our second question from this passage. The author believes that internet has done dash. Internet has done dash. Second question from this passage, students. Second question from this passage. Second question, students. Should it be C? As I think majority of you have answered, yes, it should be option C. Increased access to fact. It says it has democratized access to facts. That means more people now have access to facts and they can read all kinds of information. But as it says again, information is something which is not synonymous with knowledge. So that was your question, students. The second one from this passage. Here is the third question. The term deficit of wisdom here means deficit of wisdom. Deficit of wisdom. So here is the next question. The phrase deficit of wisdom. Deficit, the word deficit means lack, and wisdom is intelligence. Wisdom is intelligence. So what should be the correct answer? I think इस question में और क्या information चाहिए? सारा discussion तो मैं कर चुका हूँ. What should it be, students? Option A, the deficit of wisdom here implies lack of knowledge that people, lack of intelligence that people in the modern day have. Should be option A. Well done. Here is the next one, students. Which statement is true? Knowledge requires interpretation or critic. Which statement is true? Knowledge requires interpretation, information guarantees wisdom, or headlines ensure understanding, facts are useless. Here is the next question, guys. It should be option A. For knowledge, it's not just about reading the information that you have. You must have that critical brain. You must be able to interpret what is written. So it should be option A. Well done, students. Brings us to the last question from this passage. The tone of the passage, whether there is satire involved, where there is some mockery being done, where there is some humor generated. Is it critical and analytical about something? Again, humorous and satirical are quite similar. Celebrately is whether the author praises some event. So that these are your options, students. What should be the correct answer choice here? What should be the correct answer choice? What is the tone? Is it satirical? Is it critical, analytical, humorous, celebratory? It is critical, analytical. It is critical of the fact कि यार बहुत ज़्यादा information हो जाना does not mean that people have acquired knowledge. So it should be option B, students. We are done with the questions of this passage. Again, we move to some standalone questions. So here is the next one, students. We need to choose synonym or the meaning of the word recondite. And please tell me कि क्या ये word हमने आज ही नहीं पढ़ा है? What do you understand by recondite? Recondite. So for recondite, I think I'm getting the kind of answers that I was expecting. Something that is difficult to understand. A synonym for it can be abstruse. We have words like obvious and profound. Profound is something which is deep rooted. Profound is something which is deep rooted. And the antonyms for profound are superficial and perfunctory. इसके अगर मैं antonyms भी लिखूं, because this is important, students. The antonyms for profound would be superficial and perfunctory. Perfunctory. So profound भी important है, superficial भी important है, exam point of view से perfunctory भी important है, students. ऐसे questions exam में हमेशा होते हैं. So that was your question and the answer, and of course उसके around जितना भी vocabulary हम discuss कर सकते थे. We need a word which is antonym to equivocal. Now equivocal is someone who is not choosing equivocal is someone who's not choosing any side. You can say equivocal मतलब दोनों तरफ बोल रहा है. Equi is for equal. Esoteric, Prashant. Well done. We can write esoteric here as well. Something that is understood by only a few people. Yes, this can also be a good synonym. So esoteric लिख सकते थे. बढ़िया. Here is the next one. Equivocal मतलब जो दोनों तरफ बात कर रहा है. Not so sure. Someone who's very diplomatic in his approach. So उसके लिए क्या antonym होगा, students? We are looking for an antonym here, not a synonym. We are looking for an antonym. So ambiguous is again someone who's something that can be interpreted in two different ways. Uncertain, doubtful, nahi hona chahiye. Someone who's clear in one's approach. Someone who's very clear in one's approach towards things. That would be equivocal. Anyone, any doubts in this one? Anyone, any doubts in this one? Bolo. You can expect similar questions in JIPMAT students, as I always say. Last year ऐसे questions थे, ये questions बड़े tricky होते हैं because या तो meaning पता है या नहीं पता है. There is nothing like understanding the context of a particular word. नहीं हो सकता. So please be careful, and I think मैंने आपको बहुत अच्छे से prepare कर दिया एग्जाम के लिए. So ऐसे easy words तो आप गलत एग्जाम में नहीं करने वाले हो. आपको बहुत ऊपर लेवल तक का पढ़ा रखा है. Here is the next one. A statement that contradicts itself. So this is something from one word substitution, students. What is hyperbole? What is oxymoron? What is euphemism? What is allegory? Are these terms new to you people? क्या ये terms हमने पहले नहीं सुने? सुने हैं, बहुत बार सुने हैं, बहुत सारा practice किया है, इनके बहुत सारे examples देखे हैं. Self-contradictory statement. Come on, students, give me some examples of oxymoron. Give me some examples of oxymoron. The class is oxymoron के examples अगर मैं बोलूँ, so something that is pretty bad, pretty ugly, confirmed rumor, open secret, original copy. When I used to live in Delhi, किसी भी शॉप में जाते थे संडे को, किसी भी फ्ली मार्केट में जाते थे. This is how the vendors used to lure us कि यार ये ओरिजिनल कॉपी है बिल्कुल, लिवाइस का ओरिजिनल कॉपी, स्पाइकर का ओरिजिनल कॉपी. That is what they used to do. ओरिजिनल भी कॉपी भी. This looks a little contradictory. So for that we would have oxymoron, paradox, irony, antithesis. ये सब figures of speech में डिटेल में हम डिस्कशन कर चुके हैं already. So that was your question, and the answer B must be correct here. Next one. The judge's remarks were dash, leaving no room for misinterpretation. What kind of remarks is the judge's? Happily married. Oh my God. Happily married looks like an oxymoron, but again, it is debatable. Deafening silence, yes, Aryan, it would be an example of oxymoron. The judge's remarks were so dash, leaving no room for misinterpretation. It means they were very clear and explicit. It means they were very clear and explicit. So judge's remarks were dash, leaving no room for misinterpretation. It means judge's remarks were equivocal, lucid, cryptic, opaque. Cryptic, opaque. Cryptic is something that is hidden. Judge's remarks were lucid, clear, explicit. So B must be our correct answer. B must be our correct answer. Equivocal again is something, as I said, जो दोनों तरफ है. जो दोनों तरफ है, you're not so sure which side is that person choosing. That would be an equivocal approach. That is a diplomatic approach as well. So B must be the correct answer. Here's the next one. Choose the correct phrase. Phrasal verbs, students. As I said, on 5th and 6th June, this must be one of the things that you must revise. Phrasal verb. बहुत बार phrasal verbs के importance को आप नहीं समझते हो. एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन आ जाता है, then you're left scratching your head कि सर ये क्या था. Please guys, there's no room for that. 34 questions हैं, and I expect if you really feel you want to get selected out of these 34 questions, 30 correct तो करके आना चाहिए आपको VA में. If you are doing anything less than 30, you're leaving it on chance. हो जाएगा, नहीं होगा, you will be doubtful. If you can get 30 correct in VA, and not just in VA, of course, आपको सारे अपने maths में, LRDI में हर जगह अच्छा करना होगा. But for VA, I think this is the magical number. Bear with me. Bear with me means to tolerate. It should be bear, not bear. Bear me with is incorrect phrase. So it should be option A. Anyone, any doubts in this one? Those of you who have joined a little late. Anyone, any doubts? बता दो. Are we ready for JIPMAT students? Are we ready for JIPMAT or are we still thinking यार अभी मेरा ये भी बचा है, अभी मेरा ये भी बचा है, अभी ये भी बचा है? Really? क्या अभी भी प्रिपरेशन इतनी हैपेजार्ड चल रही है? और is it all sorted? कि ठीक है बस जाना है, I have to deliver my best and selection लेना है. क्या प्रिपरेशन है नहीं है? Are you still in between somewhere? The committee arrived dash a unanimous decision. Yes, Akriti, I would say उतना करो. The committee arrived dash a unanimous decision. Arrived at a unanimous decision. Arrived at a unanimous decision. Arrived at a unanimous decision. That is what you people have answered. So preposition students, फिर से एक बार ग्रामर में सर क्या करूं? preposition का एक बार रिवीजन जरूर करूं, because over the last couple of years I have seen कि preposition related fill in the blank type question, preposition related error detection, spotting errors जिसमें parts होते हैं, वहाँ पे there can be questions students. So that is what you must prepare yourself for. Here is the next one. We need an antonym for the word austere. Now this word is quite in trend these days. Modi ji has appealed to all the citizens of the country to lead an austere lifestyle. Austerity is simple and economical lifestyle. Simple and economical, that means he wants us to live within our means. He doesn't want us to spend a lot of money, doesn't want us to waste a lot of money. He wants कि यार अपने needs पूरे करो, अभी wants को कुछ time के लिए रोक दो. And austere is what the word is. So we need an antonym for it. Strict, severe, stern, or luxurious. So as you people have answered, of course, it is luxurious. That would be the antonym for austere lifestyle. Moving on to the next question, students. One who renounces worldly pleasures. It's quite similar to austere lifestyle कि बस पहाड़ों में जाके बैठ गए. He has no interest in worldly pleasures, no interest in buying a new car or a new home or competing with others कि this is what I have done. ये मेरे यहाँ पे इतने shops हैं, इतनी दुकानें हैं. Nothing like that. So what kind of individual is it? Is it hedonist? Hedonist is a pleasure seeker. Hedonist is a pleasure seeker. Epicure is related to one who is fond of food, one who has good knowledge of food. Stoic is one who is indifferent to pain or pleasure. Indifferent to pain or pleasure. The word here would be ascetic. Again, if you people have read the book Word Par Made Easy, session 1, word number 10, yaad aaya? I think Word Par Made Easy is basic, is one of the foundations for vocabulary students. So ascetic would be the correct word here. Here is the next one. Choose the synonym for ubiquitous. Ubiquitous is something that is widespread. Something that is present everywhere. Something that is present everywhere. So what would be the correct word for it? What would be the correct word for ubiquitous? It should be omnipresent. Something that is present everywhere. So another easy word, students. Here is the next word which is based on spell check, and as I always say, spell check is something जो मैं as a teacher आपको नहीं सिखा सकता. If you're good at spell check, you should go back and thank your primary school teachers जिन्होंने आपको मार मार के बोला ना कि यार ये word 5 बार लिखना, 10 बार लिखना, and you learn the spellings. It is that simple. So the correct spelling for connoisseur would be the one which is given in option A. The correct spelling for connoisseur is the one which is given in option A. This brings us to last 5 questions, students. And another set of questions जहाँ पे थोड़े lengthy हैं, double fillers हैं, but I know, I'm sure आप ये answer कर पाएंगे. So we now move to the last 5 questions of our session, students. Committee's report was so dashed in its recommendations that policymakers found it difficult to distinguish between practical reforms and mere dash idealism. So what should it be, students? Should it be nebulous? Yes. Now, if I'm not so sure about the first blank, students, I look at the second one. Second one यहाँ पे easy है, समझना. Committee's report was so dash, okay, in its recommendation that policymakers found it difficult to distinguish between practical reforms and mere dash idealism. Something which is not practical, something that is ideal, and something that is more in theory than something which is proven. So practical proven जैसा word यहाँ पे नहीं होना चाहिए. Empirical and pragmatic are words that mean proven. So utopian would be correct. Nebulous is something which is unclear and vague. If you were to choose option C, यहाँ पे lucid है. Lucid is something which is clear. तो अगर clear होता, why would they have found it difficult to distinguish? So it should be B, nebulous and utopian, students. Nebulous and utopian. Well done, students. Those who have received mails from I am Amritsar. I am Amritsar का I think आ चुका है. Here is the next question, students. Here is our next question as we move to the last couple of questions for today. Last couple of questions before your actual JIPMAT exam coming this Sunday. Though the historian's argument appeared dash at first glance, a closer examination revealed a series of dash assumptions that undermined his conclusions. So it reduced the value, it reduced the truthfulness of the conclusion. So initially it might have looked very compelling, very cogent, but revealed a series of dubious, doubtful. So A must be the correct answer for this question. किसी बच्चे ने A answer नहीं किया. Compelling अगर आप first blank में use कर रहे हो, I get it. But in the second blank, it cannot be irrefutable. Irrefutable is something that cannot be proven as false. Whereas इसके assumptions ऐसे थे that undermine the conclusions. Conclusion की value कम होगी. मतलब इसके assumptions सही नहीं थे. They were quite doubtful. So doubtful, dubious, ऐसा कुछ word मुझे चाहिए था in the second blank. So A must be the correct answer. Students, moving on to the next one. Moving on to the next one. The scientist's refusal to make premature claims reflected intellectual dash. Unlike many of his contemporaries, he preferred evidence to assumptions. So it should be humility. It is showing it his generousness and conjecture. So that was our question, students. We are now down to the last couple of questions for today's session. Here is your penultimate question. Before we do that, students, please tell me with confidence, are you people ready for the JIPMAT exam? Are you people confident that you would clear the JIPMAT exam coming Sunday? Bolo, are you people confident enough? Or are there still so many clouds of doubt, confusion, self-doubt, fear of failure? What is fear of failure, students? Fear of failure के लिए क्या word होता है? As I said, phobias exam point of view से important है. So there should not be any fear of failure. There should not be any ataikiphobia. Fear of failure is ataikiphobia. Far from being a dash observer, the journalist allowed personal biases to dash every aspect of investigation, permeate. So far from being a detached observer, the journalist allowed personal biases to permeate every aspect of the investigation. It must be option A. I wonder why people are scared. There's no point being scared at the moment. क्योंकि अब आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते. You've reached the point where you must tell yourself, यार जितना किया है बढ़िया किया है, I'll go and do my best. That's it. Instead of thinking कि यार वो टॉपिक छूट गया, ये टॉपिक छूट गया, नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. Just go and deliver your best. Simple as that. Ataikiphobia, fear of failure. Who knows एग्जाम में ataikiphobia ही आ गया तो आके वीडियो के नीचे कमेंट कर देना. ठीक है. Brings us to the last question for this year's JIPMAT preparation, students. I know preparation has been such a journey. Here is the last question. I think हम ये question कर चुके हैं. Okay. So we are done with all the questions. Here are some positive things that I want to give you at the end of this year's session. So success in competitive exams is not about answering every question correctly. It is about refusing to let uncertainties shake your confidence. It's not about answering all the questions, but yes, JIPMAT exam में out of 100 questions you must expect here 90 plus attempts का try करना चाहिए. From all, I mean 90 here means quant, LRDI and English. Going to the JIPMAT exam with a clear frame of mind, student. Clear mind, steady and calm heart. And the belief that you belong there. You have to go and win the situation. You cannot think of anything else than a seat in the IIM that you people are aspiring for. आप वहाँ जाके ये नहीं सोच सकते students कि यार मेरे 2 चैप्टर्स मैथ्स के बचे थे, मैंने इंग्लिश में फ्रेजल वर्ब नहीं पढ़ा था. प्लीज डू नॉट वॉक इन विद दैट एटीट्यूड. आप जा रहे हो, आप जीतोगे. आई मीन it's not a belief, you could say it's like a disclaimer कि आप एग्जाम में अच्छा करने वाले हो, मुझे पूरा भरोसा है. All the very best. Of course, you people have earned your seat in the exam hall. Now go earn your result. Go earn a seat in the IIMs. So on that note, students, I would take a leave. And JIPMAT preparation यहाँ पे होता है खत्म. So all the best, guys. Do well, and I'll see you guys probably somewhere in some other exam. Thank you so much. Bye bye.